Chapter 1551. The tsunami of sound waves continued for an unknown period of time. Their half-dead perception had intermittently received stimuli from the outside world for a period of time. No matter what, it should not have been less than 20 minutes. In this short 20 minutes, the stars had withered, and the stars had fallen. The entire starry sky looked like it had just been born less than 10 hours ago. There was not a single normal sun in this starry sky. The stars and big stars that they had just seen were all sleeping consciousnesses. Bah, the condensation of resentment. They might have just stimulated the one that they should not have stimulated the most, causing all the consciousnesses in the starry sky to wake up. Hundreds of millions of condensations and consciousnesses roared and resonated at the same time, rushing back and forth in this sealed starry sky, amplifying the sound waves by many times. Yun Nuoshing recovered from the state of panic and dizziness. He shivered and felt pain all over his body. He felt dizzy and scared out of his wits. He looked down and saw that except for Frost, who had already fallen asleep and was immune to the tsunami of sound waves just now, the others were unconscious. From time to time, in their sleep, they felt like they were boxing in their dreams. At this moment, it must be dark outside. Damn, hiss! Yun Nuoshing rubbed his head and shivered as he got up. Among the people present, his mental resistance was stronger. After experiencing that level of tsunami of resentment, he only fainted. Well, he took a look. He had fainted for about an hour now. His head was still throbbing, and his spirit and soul were quarreling. However, he could still barely control himself. Fortunately, he did not really die on the spot. At this moment, he was in a black, solid energy barrier. He remembered that it was left behind before he fainted. It was pure black from the outside, and he could not see what was inside. As for what was inside, he was too anxious. Now, the scene inside was a woodland paved with green leaves and tree roots. God knows what he thought of before he fainted and how he arranged such a scene. Patting his slightly swollen head with his palm, Yun Nuoshing carefully put Frost aside. After sitting for a while, he began to adjust his state of mind. He sorted out his mind and soul that had been messed up like a rope and carefully adjusted his chaotic energy form. Voila! After a while, the sound of leaves rustling caused Yun Nuoshing, who was already mentally weak, to shiver again. At this moment, he was a little sensitive to sound, and a slightly louder sound almost triggered his nerve reflex. However, when he thought that only a few people could make a sound in this scene, he calmly turned his head and saw Min sitting up from the pile of fallen leaves. There were still a few emerald leaves hanging on his face and body. His empty black eyes looked around, and after a while, he finally found the position he should be at and fixed it in the middle of his eye sockets. Then, that expressionless face that had been frozen for thousands of years actually showed a sad and pitiful expression at this moment, which stunned Yun Nuoshing. Did this guy's frozen state thaw? Just like that? You're awake. After thinking for a long time, he felt that it was better to greet him first. Min turned her head in a daze. Her face was indeed much more vivid, and now she could clearly show a stunned expression. She stared blankly into his eyes for a long time before she spoke. How long have I been unconscious? 2 hours. I've only been awake for less than an hour, Yun Nuoshing replied. Min looked up at the sky and remained in a daze for a long time. Her originally empty eyes were even emptier now. Yun Nuoshing, who woke up first, saw her body trembling slightly and knew that she was still slowly adjusting herself. She would probably tremble for a long time before she could regain her senses. The tsunami of sound just now was really a disaster. It was as if it had grabbed his soul and spirit, dragged them into the void vortex together with his consciousness, and swung them around. swung them around until the three of them became independent and eventually fought each other to death. That was a little exaggerated. But when he first woke up, he felt that his soul was trembling, his spirit was not in charge of anything, and his consciousness was floating. His spirit was not under the control of his consciousness, and his soul was not responding to the control of his consciousness. They were even a little resistant to each other. If he forced them to control themselves, they would actually fight each other. He felt that it was not an exaggeration at all. Fortunately, he was an energy life form, so it was not a big problem for him to have three independent entities. Now, he was back together, but there was still a sequela of trembling, but he would be fine after a while. Jing Yuanji was an energy life form like him, so he did not have to worry too much. Frost was asleep and was not affected at all. As for Feng Qinghuang and Siyu, they had not changed their life forms yet, so they might be in a coma for a while like the others. Min was at a higher realm, and she could control the power of the void. She was more resistant to this kind of abnormality, so she woke up relatively early in this group of people. What is it like outside? Now, Yun Nuoshing raised his head and saw Min Shou taking 2 steps forward. He trembled and slowly staggered towards him. He waved his hand to make the ground cleaner and make room for her. Then he looked outside. He did not see what it looked like outside. As the sound waves passed, the stars in the starry sky woke up completely. The big stars in the starry sky had been annihilated. Light from somewhere replaced the stars and lit up the starry sky. Countless broken souls, consciousness, and spiritual beings could be seen flying around in the starry sky. He could see the resentment and hatred on the faces of the human beings. As for the other kinds of individuals, he could not see their expressions at all. However, judging from the resentment and hatred on their faces, they probably did not have good expressions. After looking for a while, Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses. She saw Min sitting beside her and looking at her with a pale and pitiful face. She thought for a while and said, "There are demons everywhere in the starry sky. I feel like I have fallen into someone else's nest." Oh. Min nodded and roughly understood the situation. Then he said, "How are you? How are you?" It seemed that she could not speak clearly now. Well, the order of her words was not clear. He did not know if it was because she trembled when she spoke or because her brain was missing a normal mental state. "Don't say any more. I have already split open. I haven't recovered even after resting for a while. I feel that my soul, spirit, and consciousness are still fighting back and forth. My mind is like a sea of void. I am in a hurry to adjust now. Well, I have already adjusted for an hour." Min looked at him with a sympathetic expression for a while. Then she leaned against a tree root in a more comfortable position and asked, "What are those things?" "They are the special products of the resentment and some negative emotions of the infinite lives that died in this world. They don't even have the initial consciousness. In the words of the mortals, they are something like vengeful spirits. It's just that it is not the same as that." Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief and said faintly, "Those that were destroyed in the ruins of the war were all high-ranking gods. Their souls and consciousnesses that were destroyed in a hurry left a small part of fragments in the starry sky and the void. Due to the existence of the high-ranking gods' rules, they did not completely dissipate. At least, they did not have time to be destroyed before this place was branded by the rules. Then, the tiny fragments that came from the countless fallen lives stayed in this world of the legacy of the rules. Slowly, little by little, they crossed the starry sky and condensed into a cluster, becoming vengeful spirits that filled the world." Lowering her head and rubbing her swollen and painful forehead, Yun Nuoshing covered half of her face and said, It's not particularly common. Among the conditions for the formation of these fragmented spirits, the first condition is that there is a sufficient number of fallen lives. The second condition is that there must be an absolutely peaceful area. It won't work in a place that is constantly at war. There's no time for them to condense in a place where there are frequent movements. Even places where people occasionally pass by can't allow them to take shape. Those fragments are too fragile, just like the little bit of consciousness that is mixed in with a weak wisp of energy from you and me. It's so weak that it can be blown away by a casual flick of the sleeve. It's difficult to solidify and stabilize. Ha! If that's the case, this war ruin is really an excellent place to form a variety of situations. Min was slightly stunned when he heard that. Recalling what they had seen during this period, he could not help but nod. Countless chaotic fragments of order and rules, countless fragments of energy, souls, and consciousness of the fallen, and an absolutely peaceful place that no one had set foot on since the end of the war. These things all came together to form fourth-order life. Fourth-order life forms, as well as vengeful spirits floating all over the starry sky that even she had never seen before. The conditions were so perfect that it made one's hair stand on end. Those things were called vengeful spirits to make it easier to understand. In reality, they were not even souls. They were just broken souls and broken spirits without a clear and independent consciousness. A remnant spirit condensation might be condensed from the broken fragments of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lives. It was even more like the big guy that they had startled. Yun Nuoshing thought that the black ball might have been squeezed into various fragments of trillions of lives to become such an exaggerated scale. If there was a core in the Hustle Sea, it would be none other than that ball. The two sober people trembled in this scene of tree, roots, and fallen leaves for half an hour before they finally calmed down completely. During this time, Jing Yuanji also slowly woke up. Moreover, when she woke up, she did not tremble at all, which stunned Yun Nuoshing, and Min forced me to sleep and wake up after I've adjusted myself. Anyway, Lord Feng must have made defensive preparations. Jing Yuanji covered her mouth and laughed. Yun Nuoshing and Min looked at each other and took a deep breath. Why didn't they think of that? They had woken up early and were sitting there shivering in thin clothes in the cold winter. They looked like two fools. After rolling around in the sound wave tsunami, they did not consume much energy. Even if they did, they had already recovered during this period of time. Yun Nuoshing moved Siyu and the other girls neatly to a corner and checked on the condition of Gu Zhongming and the other two. Then she looked at the three guys who were more injured because they were souls. After confirming that there were only some minor problems and that they would recover after some time, she was relieved. Yun Nuoshing took out a wooden sign from somewhere and stuck it on the ground, leaving a direction pointing to the edge of the barrier. She also left a staircase there. The height of each staircase was not neat at all. One step would definitely be deep, while the other would be shallow. If one was not awake and stepped on it, they would definitely roll down. After struggling for half an hour, Yun Nuoshing finally walked out of the barrier. Jing Yuanji and Min had been waiting outside for a long time. When she saw him coming, Jing Yuanji quickly handed Frost in her arms to Yun Nuoshing. Hiss, it's so cold. After returning Frost to Yun Nuoshing, Jing Yuanji shook her hands that were already frozen and breathed into her palms. Her self-structure hasn't stabilized yet. How can it be so fast? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. She reached out to stroke Frost's long hair and adjusted her hood. This kind of rule that is related to one's own origin, well, the reconstruction will take quite a long time. Originally, it was not much different from the time we closed the door and cultivated once. But during this time, we have to run around in the void, so it will take a long time. Well, at least her situation is better than before. You have not seen the origin life before, so it may be difficult to tell. When I first saw her, I was surprised that she had not. Ahem. Well, that's what I meant. Yun Nuashing coughed and forcibly changed the topic. Let's not talk about that. How is the noisy sea now? At the mention of these four words, Jing Yuanji and Min shuddered at the same time. Two pairs of bright eyes looked at each other and turned to look at the starry sky together. Their willowy eyebrows slightly frowned. Demons were dancing and souls were roaring. This was the first time they had seen such a tragic scene in their lives. After dealing with Frost, Yun Nuashing looked up. In fact, she did not need to ask to know what the situation was now. It was not easy to find something interesting in this vast starry sky. The stars had fallen, and there were only a few sparks left in the starry sky. All that was left were the nests of those ghosts. Now, the remnant souls were floating all over the sky. The faint starlight that came from nowhere could barely provide a little light to this dark, starry sky, and most of it was blocked by those things that were floating all over the sky. Well, it was a bit exaggerated. Even in the normal galaxy age, when the sky was full of bright stars, more than 90% of the starry sky was still very empty and desolate. It was just an empty space that did nothing. Now, even if the remnant souls piled up in the starry sky, it was just a saying, let alone a mere trillion remnant souls. Even if the number was multiplied by hundreds of times, it would not be able to fill up this starry sky. They were not the death fog of the abyss. Before she fainted, she remembered that she had thrown a group of barriers to the edge of the starry sky. Now, looking at it, well, it was indeed close to the edge of the starry sky. But even if they ran to the edge of the starry sky, there were still a large number of remnant souls floating around in front of them. Looking at the hideous and distorted faces of those remnant souls, God knows how they had been tortured over the years. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. He walked into the starry sky with Jing Yuanji and Lu Yi, one in his arms and a black ball on his back. They walked into the starry sky, and scrupulously. They had many isolation barriers, but they didn't hide their figures. When the remnant souls and ghosts floated in front of them, they didn't even look at them. There was a remnant soul the size of a planet, its body twisted and gathered with billions of fragments. It had 4 limbs and a body in human form, like a giant standing in the starry sky. Its huge body did not have a large group of roaring beasts hanging on it as imagined. Aside from the face, only having a nose and no other facial features, it looked quite normal. It slowly walked past them, and with every step it took, their barriers would tremble. Let's not talk about how it was before. Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke. The 2 girls turned to look at her and sighed as she looked at the other parts of the starry sky. This part of the starry sky has been far away from peace since the beginning of the war. Even after the war, it is still not peaceful. Now, how do we go to the next space? Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other. Before they could think of a reason, Yun Nuashing said again, if there is no path, do you want to smash your way out? Well, why don't you choose one of the 2 paths? We will walk around twice, and if we don't see a path, we will smash our way out. Hearing that, Min pondered for a moment and pointed at a part of the starry sky. There. Yun Nuashing looked over there. Do you want to go to the place where we sneaked out to take a look? I am a little concerned. Min nodded. Yun Nuashing responded vaguely. To be honest, she thought so too. Being chased to the edge of the starry sky in a hurry, she was a little unhappy. Last time, she was not sure about anything, and she was a little careless, so she was not prepared. This time, she was going to charge over with billions of firepower and see who was the one who was being chased out. Boom! Just now, they were walking slowly in the starry sky, and their bodies suddenly experienced an unreasonable acceleration. Both Jing Yuanji and Min were shocked. When they turned their heads, they saw Yun Nuoshing with a strange and ferocious smile on her face. Her face was gloomy and dark, and they did not know what she was thinking. Anyway, it should not be something positive. That ball just now was probably not going to be saved. One person had a little anger that she had nowhere to vent, and the other two had a little sympathy in their hearts. After a while, they returned to the front of the most brilliant cluster of stars. Yun Nuoshing, who was about to wave her hand to cast a magic circle, froze. Jing Yuanji and Min were also stunned. The soul nest is empty. Jing Yuanji could not help but say. She missed. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. The most brilliant place in the center of this cluster of light was still starry, but that black thing was gone. The thing that should have existed in the middle of the cluster of stars was gone. She did not know if it had split into countless individuals and scattered in the starry sky during the roar just now. Right, speaking of splitting, Yun Nuoshing looked at the cluster of stars that still existed and was slightly stunned. The countless stars we saw before were all condensed bodies of remnant souls. Why is this galaxy the only one that did not, dissipate? We don't know about that. The two women shrugged, and Jing Yuanji said, without the stars, this starry sky is still so bright. It's a little strange. Oh, that has nothing to do with them. It's because of this legacy of the natural order. The starlight was engraved by the natural order when they existed. Even without a source of light, the light continues to exist because it was engraved. Yun Nuoshing turned her gaze. But where did that ball go? I haven't even done anything. When I came here, greeted it. Jing Yuanji helplessly tugged at Min's sleeve and whispered, Lord Feng, even if they are condensed from broken souls. But if you show up like this, nothing will dare to come close. Min pointed at the array formation behind him that encompassed a radius of 10 billion miles and nodded thoughtfully. TSK, Yun Nuoshing smacked her lips and mumbled as she put away the array formation. I haven't even used my true form yet. Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly. Did that mean that those arrays were only used to strengthen their power? Who would dare to show their faces when they were piled up there with that kind of aura that could devour people? After Min stared at those arrays and put them away, she suddenly felt the power of the void tremble. She turned her gaze. The power of the void is being mobilized. There are signs of battle over there. After she said that, she took a step forward and floated forward. Yun Nuoshing took a glance and quickly chased after her with Jing Yuanji. Yun Nuoshing acutely sensed something and quickly reached out to grab Min. Wait a minute. There are many powerful auras, the auras of broken souls. They are gathering here. Min nodded. The three of them threw up layers of defensive barriers and headed towards the center of the starry sky that was probably completely solidified. They had already reached this position. They could see the broken souls that were lingering in the starry sky with undying resentment and negative emotions. Moreover, these broken souls that did not have intelligence and consciousness were now crazily pouncing in front of them, like hungry tigers that had encountered fresh blood. The broken souls that filled the starry sky seemed to be pouncing towards them. They brought with them bursts of horrifying chilly wind. Even though they were separated by hundreds of layers of barriers, they could still feel the howling and collapsing roars. Even the outermost barrier was trembling slightly. Standing in a relatively safe place, Yun Nuoshing threw out an array formation and carefully moved forward. The front was completely sealed by the broken souls. All they could see were the undying broken souls that were black and gray. They piled up into a cluster of stars. Each broken soul carried at least 10,000 lives. They were like moving tombstones. If they were to calculate the number, It would probably be very terrifying. When the array passed through the broken souls and saw the situation inside, Yun Nuoxing could not help but whistle. Jing Yuanji and Min were slightly shocked. In the middle of the crowded cluster of stars, there were tens of thousands of black stars and stars surrounding the center of the cluster. Just by existing there, they were constantly unleashing attacks. Those who were surrounded by them and had the leisure to defend themselves and still attack were a group of Empyrean gods of origin, the group led by the Soul Traversing Academy. They had also found the passage to this space. However, they did not know what happened in the hour that they were unconscious that caused the situation to become like this. These guys are quite fast. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head with a headache. They are only an hour behind us. It seems that the trouble we left behind is not big enough. We should let them fall more painfully. They can hold them off for a while, but they can't hold them off forever. Min shook his head when he saw the battle erupting over there through the array formation. The broken souls that filled the starry sky were only broken souls. Even if they carried the resentment and negative emotions of endless lives, they could not stop a group of living high-level and peak Empyrean gods of origin. Yes, that's right. Let's do something. Yun Nuoxing smiled, so brightly that the starry sky lit up. It just so happened that she had nowhere to vent her pent-up anger. Now was the perfect time to let it out. It would be best if she could let a group of people who were lost know their way and turn back. Chapter 1552. The remnant souls could not be mobilized. Even if Yun Nuoxing had great control over them, there was no way he could suppress the remnant souls that were branded with the life imprints of hundreds of millions of lives when they were alive. If he wanted to cause trouble for Mo, he and the people he led, he had a pretty good idea. A large amount of rule-bending and sequence power slowly gathered in the palm of his right hand. The fourth-rank power around him suddenly trembled. It was as if a sleeping beast in the darkness had opened its eyes bit by bit. I saw the small squirming storm in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Its huge body was stimulated and woke up bit by bit. So excited, Yun Nuoxing could not help but grin wickedly when he sensed that the order and rule environment around him had suddenly become chaotic. Perhaps it was because he stood at the peak of order that the power of the origin sequence had such a powerful stimulating effect on fourth rank, and a fourth rank that had not completely stabilized at that. This was a little beyond his expectations, but this power was still within his estimation. The origin power stimulates this space very strongly. Min and Jing Yuanji also noticed the movement in this space at the moment. The former looked at the ball of energy in his hand, her eyes flashing. Don't kill them all. Don't worry. Yun Nuoxing grinned. I'm not a devil. If I wanted to kill them, I would have done something when they were preparing the altar. Yun Nuoxing raised his head to look at the countless huge remnant souls that swept past him. He quickly grabbed a medium-sized remnant soul and glanced at it. He then looked at the energy ball in his hand. Seeing that it was roaring at the front without any sense of reason and intelligence, Yun Nuoxing pressed the energy ball that was almost gathered into its stomach. He then turned around and took a horse stance. He lifted the remnant soul in his hand like throwing a spear and threw it towards the center of the battlefield. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Yun Nuoxing looked at the remnant soul and threw it towards the center of the battlefield. After the remnant soul left the range of the barrier, Jing Yuanji reached out and dug her ears. My ears hurt, although it's the second time. I still feel that the sound is really soul-splitting. Not everyone can withstand the wails and cries of countless living beings. There are some things that can't be compensated for even by the realm. For example, here, Yun Nuoxing clenched his right hand into a fist and knocked on the position of his heart. Although there was a ball of light underneath, that was what it meant. Emohi, the leaders of the Celestial Court, and several other clans who were fighting in the center led the army forward. Starting from the Void Overlord, the alliance of many high-level and peak origins was indeed a steel torrent. Wherever they looked, there was nothing that could stop them. Although there were some bumps and bumps along the way, it was still overall, it was considered a smooth journey. Of course, it was too smooth. It was a little too smooth. It was very dangerous. Emohi understood this as well. He had personally witnessed how these people followed the rules in the beginning and felt some reverence for the unknown space. They were cautious, as Origin Realm cultivators should be. However, as they crossed a few more spaces, their unruly expressions returned. They did not take anything seriously. They were a group of people like that, and he should be the same as well. If he had not met that mysterious person, he probably would have begun to lower his guard. There were still many secrets hidden in the void, and some of them were even capable of toying with a peak Empyrean god of reciprocity to death in the palm of their hands. Those who boasted that they had reached the peak of reciprocity or reciprocity could do whatever they wanted, and their final outcome was probably due to the lack of challenges. This region of the void was indeed rather peaceful. The Empyrean gods of origin were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. Some of them had fought bloody battles and climbed up, stepping on the shoulders of countless others to reach even higher clouds. There were indeed fierce competitions, but there were also many who had made it through an uneventful journey. Perhaps it was because they had experienced far too little, but they lacked a sliver of reverence for the void, believing that they could conquer everything. Emohi sighed and shook his head. As expected, no matter how large a region was or where it was, there would always be a mix of good and bad things once there were too many of them. Close up the battle line, maintain the formation, and advance at a constant speed. He waved his hand to restrain the people from the Soul Fairy Academy. His eyes were fixed on the 13 gigantic black celestial bodies that formed a fan in front of him. They were hundreds of times larger than the stars. The ferocious blood-red light drew a gigantic image of an angry eye on their bodies. They were blocking the way. Those celestial bodies seemed to be the lairs of the remnant souls that were flying in the starry sky, but they also seemed to be independent, more powerful, and abnormal life forms. He had never seen these things before. He did not know what they had done in this space to suddenly attract the attention of these celestial bodies. Don't go too deep. You can't resist the power of the roar alone. Just slowly, Emohi was giving orders. Suddenly, the two commanders of the Divine Court, who were wrapped in red armor, who had been fighting at the side, stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to one place. At this moment, many people noticed what they were looking at, a very small white light spot. In this battlefield that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, that light spot was really inconspicuous. It was difficult not to attract too much attention. However, it was the only star in the completely dark night sky. It was difficult not to notice it. Emohi saw that light spot suddenly appear from the corner of his eye and run straight towards them. He could not help but be stunned. Before this, they had been attacked by the souls hundreds of times. However, this time, something seemed to be different. The palm-sized array in his soul suddenly trembled, causing him to tremble as well. His expression changed drastically. Everyone stop attacking. Pull back the line and defend with all your might. Everyone's expression changed. Before most of them could react, that light spot, which had already rushed to 100 miles in front of them, suddenly expanded and contracted violently. In a short second, it exploded. The dazzling white ball of energy suddenly expanded to 10,000 miles in size. Countless small white balls of light appeared in the surrounding space, tearing open cracks in space. The power of the void, rules, and order suddenly collapsed and condensed with this area as the center. It was as if a new sun had suddenly appeared in this space with a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and Emohi and the others were still close to the center. Boom, boom. When the dazzling white ball of light expanded to 100,000 miles in size, it suddenly had a chain reaction with the order and rule power in this space. The ball of light turned into a storm in a short 5 seconds. It stood 1,000,000 miles high in the starry sky, swallowing this battlefield and the space around it into the storm's stomach. Shoo, although I expected this is really exciting. Yun Nuwashing and the others, who were standing very far away, could not help but whistle when they saw that light spot suddenly bloom. The light spot in their line of sight instantly turned into a storm that was only a little more than a meter tall. He felt rather delighted, confirmed that the rules and order within that battlefield and a radius of 10,000,000 miles have been exhausted. Jing Yuanji's eyes sparkled. She nodded and said it should be able to cause them some trouble. However, since no destructive energy was added to it, the trouble shouldn't be too great. Min withdrew his gaze from the storm and looked at Yun Nuwashing. You took the initiative to guide the birth of a 4th-rank storm area. You're really something. Thank you for the compliment. Yun Nuwashing shrugged and hugged Frost, who was floating beside him, back into his arms. That was why he did not intend to kill that group of people in the first place. Otherwise, how could anyone still be alive and kicking after being tormented to such an extent? That group of brats would not turn back until they hit a wall. He was also very helpless. It was fine if he wanted to kill them, but to beat them to a point where they were less than half dead and to make that group of brats realize their mistakes and turn back was really difficult to control. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would accidentally crush them to death in the void. He stared at the storm that was still expanding. Due to the appearance of the storm, there seemed to be faint and unstable movements in the space further away. This unstable 4th-rank space seemed to be bustling with activity for a while, so there shouldn't be anything out of the realm of theory happening. Yun Nuwashing withdrew his gaze. Let's go. I seem to have found a passage to the next space by accident. Jing Yuanji and Min nodded, then turned around and walked toward the depths of the starry sky with him, carrying the black barrier orb. They crossed one space after another. Not every teleportation led them to the depths of space. They had also encountered the experience of hitting a wall. They would suddenly go from a chaotic 4th-rank space to a very stable space. Looking down from the space barrier and the void, it was difficult to determine whether this was an oasis in the desert or simply walking toward the outer ring of space. They had no choice but to keep going. If things were going smoothly, they had not encountered the experience of running into a wall and needing to break through it. However, when it came to finding the direction, it was really hard to say. Whether things were going smoothly or not, they could not see, and they were not sure. Although their speed was considered fast along the way, and they occasionally had to deal with some strange 4th-rank creatures in the space they encountered. Although they tried their best to avoid them, they still became a team of pioneers. Emohi and the others, who were tailing closely behind, were able to stay 1 or 2 hours behind without falling too far behind, although they did not realize that they were eating the tail gas of others. They could not even see the backs of others. Yun Nuwashing and the others had deliberately stopped for a while to observe the situation of Emohi and the others. They did not find any special results. Some people in the team had fallen behind. Perhaps they felt that the road ahead was endless and dangerous, or they simply did not want to go on and left the team. At present, they could see that the coalition army was a little embarrassed, but it was not to the point of bloodshed. With Emohi leading the team cautiously, there should not be any large-scale incidents of the heavenly gods of origin falling. Moreover, they were still leading the way in front. The further we go, the closer the space seems to be to the chaos of nothingness. After crossing another layer of space, Jing Yuanji could not help but say. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and nodded when he heard that. He could clearly feel that they were walking towards the place where the conflict between the fourth rank and the third rank had not stopped. They should be heading towards the center of the war ruins. The further they went, the more chaotic the rules became. The order was not fixed. 100 meters was order, and 100 meters was the fourth rank. This situation was not strange. Previously, there were a certain number of self-perfecting rules in each space, operating normally according to those rules. Until now, there were not many self-perfected rules that could be self-justifying and self-operating, which was the main reason why these spaces looked more chaotic. How many days has it been since we came in? Yun Nuoshing suddenly asked. 39 days. According to the time in the realm of the gods, there are still 6 hours to 40 days. Min tilted his head and said to him. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at Yuqi. The latter paused for a moment and said, "The ruins won't close so quickly. There will be quite a long period of energy turbulence before it closes. It's long enough for people who are observing to think for half a day whether they want to go out by themselves or be thrown out. Even if the time is up, we can still force ourselves to stay in this space. I thought the stable spaces before were fine, but I'm not too sure now that we're here." Yun Nuoshing shrugged nonchalantly. Countless rules were in chaos, and the energy torrents and energy storms would certainly be more violent and chaotic. However, that did not matter. As long as it was not the energy of that level that came crashing down, he could keep the group safe. Even if there was a danger of that level, he could still withstand it by putting them away. Found it. The weak point of this space, we can go, what's that? Yuqi, who was looking around the spatial barrier, pointed forward. His gaze was half a second late when he looked over, and he was stunned. Yun Nuoshing and the others were also stunned when they looked over. The latter shook his head and said, "Let's not care about what it is for now. Let's go and take a look." In the dark and empty space, starlight from a star system gathered in one place. Billions of starlight gathered, but it was not too dazzling. Under the layers of light, there were 2 white doors. The doors on the left and right were decorated with gold and purple energy runes. Aside from those energy runes, there were 2 very ordinary doors. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood at the bottom of the white doors. Their bodies were so small that they looked like a row of ants. According to the scale, they might not even be ants. The group stood in a row and looked up at the 2 huge doors. They were probably as long as the sun. Only the heavens knew why such doors would suddenly appear in this space. Yun Nuoshing sniffed lightly and said, "There's something like the smell of a portal." He frowned and found the 3 souls in his soul. "Have you seen this before?" The 3 of them looked at each other thoughtfully. The woman hesitated for a long time before saying, "It seems to be a temple. Oh, I can't remember. My memories are too fragmented. There's no way to piece together the complete information." The short-haired man could not help but smile bitterly. "We've seen a lot of familiar things along the way, but we can't recognize any of them. It seems that our role is only to lead the way." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and replied, "We're just remnant souls. What else can we do? There's no other way." "A temple. Huh," Yun Nuoshing murmured softly and let out a long sigh. "Whatever, the weak point of this space is here. If it's not a portal, we'll just treat it as another space. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. It won't be too late to tear down the wall if we go in the wrong direction." Thinking clearly, there was no need to worry about taking action. Yun Nuoshing walked forward, raised his right leg, and with a light shout, he threw out a whip kick. "Go!" The sound of the door being kicked open reverberated throughout the entire starry sky. The noise was so loud that Ge Zhongming and the others wondered if he had kicked everything inside into smithereens. Yun Nuoxing took the lead and walked through the door. When he stepped through, he suddenly trembled and frowned slightly. He felt like he had just crossed a layer of space. As for the front, he thought he would see an ancient, abandoned temple. However, the space behind the door was still a sea of stars. They walked to a gray-white platform suspended in the starry sky. At the front of the platform was a long flight of stairs. Each flight of stairs was an independent floating stone slab. It looked like a roughly polished mountain path, but also like some flat stones randomly found in the starry sky and placed there. "It's a little different from what I imagined," Yuchi muttered. "It's not a sealed space. We should have come to another part of the starry sky." No, everyone was stunned when they heard this. They turned their heads to look at Yun Nuoxing. They saw that there was an indestructible dark red energy flowing rapidly in his eyes. A ray of pure white light appeared in front of his two eyeballs. He suddenly took a few heavy steps forward. Each step was more forceful than the last. He left footprints on the ground. When his foot landed in the middle of the grayish-white platform, the entire platform shook. The starry sky in their line of sight was moving rapidly, as if they were quickly passing through the starry sky. The stone slab stairs leading upwards suddenly descended bit by bit until they were on the same level as the platform. Then they collided with each other to form an uneven passage. Something suddenly appeared in the space outside the platform. It caught the attention of Jing Yuanji and the others and made them vigilant. Boom, boom. Along with the sound of huge stone slabs moving and colliding, stone statues that were tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the space outside the platform. They were a group of soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding huge weapons. They stood in a row on both sides of the passage. At the end of the passage, there seemed to be another huge platform. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. Pure white light spots appeared on his body. The color faded little by little. Seeing him like this, everyone became more vigilant. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang came to Yun Nuoxing and whispered, "Little star, should we go back first?" Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment and nodded. "All right, you all go back first." Yun Nuoxing put Siyu Daotian and the other girls into his soul. Then he nodded to Jing Yuanji and the others and walked towards the platform on the other side of the passage. Ge Zhongming stared at the stone statues on both sides. The stone statues of soldiers wearing heavy armor were covered in moss. Strange. If they were really in the starry sky, why would there be moss? They seemed to have once existed in an area with life. Then they were placed here. These stone statues contain very powerful energy. Ning Fei whispered, "They are not weaker than the high-level origin. They could only be man-made. Were they once part of this battlefield?" Yuchi nodded. It made sense that they were the war weapons of a certain party. When Yun Nuoxing and the others stepped on the second platform, the flowing starry sky suddenly stopped moving. Dazzling starlight rushed into the platform, making it so bright that it almost burned. However, there was only deep darkness in front of them. The platform took them to the center of a star cluster. There were restless stars all around. Right in front of them was a huge black hole. Around the platform, there were even more huge stone statues standing on both sides of the passage. Their armors looked even more ferocious. They were old and had traces of time, as if they would never be destroyed. At the very front of the platform, with the black hole as the background, was an unusually large throne. A stone statue that was twice as large as the surrounding stone statues sat quietly on the throne, exuding a faintly discernible and strange aura. Just by looking at it, Gu Zhongming and the others trembled violently, almost falling to their knees. Jing Yuanji's legs also trembled when she saw it. She took a small step back and pretended that nothing had happened. However, the strange feeling was branded in her mind. She had only felt this kind of aura twice. One was on Chongkong, and the other was on Master Hui. That stone statue had the aura of the heavenly god of the origin. Chapter 1553. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the dim, starry sky. A scorching hot aura gushed out from the center of the whirlpool, pushing away all the energies on this side of the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away. It was as if a giant beast was roaring behind the whirlpool. A long while later, a group of figures stumbled out from the vortex. Most of their clothes were in tatters, a sign of having been burned by the flames. Their faces were ashen black, and the edges of their tattered clothes were still burning with sparks. Ignoring their cultivation, they were just a group of people who had fled from the scene of a fire. The vortex threw them out like it was spitting out trash, and it began to become rather irritable. It was like a ball of mud swelling on one end and shrinking on the other. The restless energy that burst out from it caused the expressions of the group of people who had escaped to change slightly. Only now did they remember who they were. They looked at each other and began to mobilize energy to stabilize the vortex. The end of the vortex that had swelled up suddenly exploded, spitting out another group of people. They formed a human waterfall that fell into the starry sky. He and the others were among them, but they were in such a sorry state that they looked like beggars. It was impossible to associate them with their identity and representative. The other spatial overlords were the same. They were in a sorry state from head to toe, and when they looked back at the vortex, their expressions were not very good. We've arrived in another space. These people had just crawled up from the starry sky. They could not care less about their sorry state and some injuries. They looked back at the starry sky with vigilance and discovered that they had already arrived in another space. They could no longer see the flames and monsters that filled the sky. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. He patted away the specks of dark red sparks on his body. He looked back at the vortex that was half destroyed, and then at the new space. He frowned. The formation in his soul had begun to flicker the moment he stepped into the first few spaces. The pure white light flickered, as if it was warning him. When he stepped into this space, the formation had already lit up with a constant, blinding light, but he still did not feel anything wrong with it. It made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart while he was still doubtful. He kept feeling like something he could not discover had grabbed his soul and could tear him apart at any time. I keep feeling that something is not right. In the celestial court, a commander in red armor could not help but say, every time we will encounter two different forms of obstruction. Those strange creations are left behind by this space. Then, every time we are about to cross the space channel, another kind of energy suddenly appears and attacks us together with those monsters. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. No one had noticed this problem before, or even if they did not mention it, because there was another more serious problem behind this problem. The energy that did not belong to the ruins could only be the work of someone. Could it be that someone was one step ahead of them and left obstacles in their path? Why would they do that? The eyes of He and the other leaders of the Void overlords flashed. They knew some secrets about this space. Some of them also stayed here when the space was closed, so that they could provide some useful information when the main force came in. But it seemed that they had all failed. Now that this person from the Celestial Court mentioned this, they could not help but think, could it be that someone had successfully analyzed this space? They shook their heads in their hearts. Compared to this theory, they were more willing to believe that there was a person or a group of people who could always be one step ahead of them. And this person or group would always leave obstacles and obstructions in their path for some purpose. They were particularly puzzled about this last point. If they really wanted to obstruct them, they could have ambushed them more forcefully and caused a lot of damage. Naturally, their footsteps would be affected, and they would lose their strength. However, the level of strength used by this person or group was more like fooling around. The level of fooling around was increasing bit by bit. Emohi had noticed this problem long ago, but he did not mention it. From the time they were in the space full of vibrating sound waves, they felt that something was wrong. The sudden storm that came and pressed on their faces really took them a lot of effort. If there was a trace of destructive energy in the storm, they would lose 1/10 of their people. Most of the situations they encountered in the next few spaces were similar because he could not figure it out. He simply did not mention it. All right, there's no point in thinking about those things. Some things might be true, but they might just be our imagination. Emohi waved his hand and swept his gaze over the Allied army. He could not help but sigh. When they first set off, there were almost 10,000 of them. Now, only half of them were left. There were almost no casualties. Most of them had either sensed something, left with their own thoughts and plans, or stayed behind to explore the spaces behind them. Rest and reorganize. Make a head count. We'll continue after we've rested. The Allied army did not take much time to rest. Just as Emohi and the others felt, the energy that appeared to obstruct them seemed to be fooling around and toying with them. They did not cause any serious damage to the Allied army behind the combined barrier. They did not even slow them down for long. This part of the starry sky was too calm. It was so calm that there was nothing. There were no strange and distorted objects that could be found in every space. A portion of the people let down their guard slightly, but Emohi's expression became more and more serious. As they ventured deeper into this part of the starry sky, the radiance of the array in his mind became more and more dazzling. It was so dazzling that people were worried that it would explode like a crystal that had overloaded with energy. This array seemed to be particularly sensitive to the things in the ruins. Every time a great battle broke out, it would be the first to react, allowing him to react quickly. Although he did not understand what Yun Nuoshing meant, this array was warning him. Therefore, when it reminded him so crazily, he could only calm his heart and be vigilant of this space. There's a door in front. It was Unknown who cried out in surprise, but it attracted the attention of the entire group. Emohi was also slightly taken aback. He tilted his head and exchanged glances with the other families before increasing his speed. They had also noticed the door that stood tall in the starry sky. It stood tall in the starry sky and was the size of a star. Why is there a door here? Emohi could not help but frown. This is a relatively weak point in the spatial barrier. Maybe it's a portal used for teleportation, someone from the Divine Court said. Everyone also noticed this situation. They looked at the door that had already been opened and were eager to try. However, in the end, they all looked at Emohi. The latter stood in front of the door with his people and looked at the dark space in front of them. After pondering for a minute, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and open the way first. Everyone else, be vigilant." When he said this, he was already walking forward. When the other families saw this, they also raised their feet and stepped into the dark door. Then they were all stunned. The same thought rose in their minds. It was a movement across space. The starlight that filled the sky almost ignited this place. Emohi was so stimulated by the starlight that he narrowed his eyes, and it took him a while to adjust. He raised his head to look at this place that was surrounded by countless stars, and noticed a deep darkness in the corner of his vision. He could not help but turn his gaze away, and his eyes were completely occupied by that black abyss. Even the countless burning stars around him could not erase that darkness. This place is a bit interesting. The leader of the divine court waved his hand. One of the commanders in red armor nodded and returned to the position in front of the door to call everyone into this space. They stood on a platform. In front of them was a straight passage made of rugged stones. On both sides stood a row of huge stone statues in ancient armor and holding weapons. They seemed to be the guards of the palace. The people who followed behind them could not help but exclaim when they saw this space with obvious traces of casting. "These stone statues have a huge amount of energy in them," Emo, he said to the others. "It seems that this strange space is the real core of this starry sky. I just don't know if we have reached the deepest part of the ruins. We have seen so many strange creations along the way, but there are such stone statues here. We haven't felt the fluctuation of that fragment yet." The leader of the divine court shook his head. The others also spoke one after another. Although they had gone deep into a place that no one had ever set foot on before, it should not be the deepest part. "I feel the breath of a living person. Someone came here before us. It is still inside." The eyes of the people of the celestial sect flickered. They showed some displeasure. "Let's go." "Wait, don't rush. Be careful of abnormalities." Emohi reached out to stop them. He pointed at the stone statues with his eyes and said, "I will first. Let's do it." The leader of the divine court shook his head at him. He surged with energy and took the lead to step into the passage. He looked up at the stone statues. The others were also ready to fight. However, the stone statues with weapons in their hands did not move at all. It seemed that they and their energy had turned into eternity with the passage of time. "It seems that there is no problem." The leader of the divine court turned around and nodded to the others. Emo, he also let out a sigh of relief. He led the others into the passage. Seeing this, the others followed. The group of heavenly gods of origin above the high level moved extremely quickly. They reached the end of the passage that was less than 1,000 feet long in just a few minutes. When they left the passage made of stone, they found themselves on another platform. A chilling feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Everyone shivered. That feeling disappeared completely in an instant. The other platform was more spacious than the previous one. It was also closer to the starry black hole. At this moment, they could only see eternal darkness. Only when they turned their eyes back could they see the starlight that lit up the starry sky. However, that was already distorted starlight. If they were too close to the starry black hole, ordinary things, even laws, would be distorted before it. "I keep feeling that these stone statues are staring at us." It was unknown who said it in a low voice, but it resonated in many people's hearts, especially when they walked to this platform and saw the even more ferocious and terrifying stone statues. They all had the same feeling. "That statue is particularly large." The footsteps of thousands of people stopped in unison because of this one sentence. Emohi and the others took 2 more steps forward and looked at the giant stone statue leaning against the throne in the starry sky. It was a stone statue of a youth with long hair draped over his shoulders. They could not see his appearance clearly. They felt that it should have been clearly carved. However, something blocked their vision, preventing them from taking in the full appearance of the stone statue. "There's someone up ahead." Emohi and the others were shocked by these words. Their gazes, which were filled with all sorts of emotions, shifted away from the huge stone statue. They lowered their heads and saw a pure white figure standing alone 30,000 meters away from the statue. His back was facing them, and the figure gave off a strange aura that made their hearts tremble slightly. They felt a strange pressure, a pressure that came from the pinnacle of order and chaos. Just a few more glances made it difficult for them to breathe, so they could only shift their gazes away. "Be careful," the leader of the divine court said softly. The leader of the celestial court murmured softly with a solemn expression. He noticed that the space in front of him was slightly distorted. It seemed to be caused by two invisible forces confronting each other. One of the forces came from the back. Where did the other force come from? "It's him," Emohi murmured in his heart. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's back, he instantly recognized him. His eyes could not help but widen slightly. When he saw him that day, he could not sense anything. Now that he saw him again, just looking at his back made him feel a sense of trepidation. The people from the celestial sect of near Celestial stared at the pure white figure in front of them. Perhaps they thought that the figure was the person who had messed with them along the way. Their group was inexplicably angry. Seeing their angry expressions, Jingheng from the Myriad Tao Immortal sect could not help but twitch his mouth. "If you have the ability to stare, then go ahead. Who are you panting for?" The people from the Celestial sect of near Celestial sect suddenly turned their gazes. The people from the two celestial sects instantly looked at each other and felt somewhat unhappy. "Shut up." Jing Ju punched his junior brother's head and waved his hand. "Now is not the time to argue," he said calmly. "Tisk." Jingheng bared his teeth at the people from the celestial sect of near immortal. Anyway, the two families didn't get along with each other. They fought with each other every day. Although they happened to be in the same alliance, it didn't mean that they had to be nice to each other. Coincidentally, the other party probably thought so too. If it weren't for Mo-he and the other families holding the fort, they would have already started fighting. After being warned by his eldest senior brother again, Jingheng felt that it was meaningless. His eyes casually swept over this place. He glanced at the white figure a few more times and suddenly jumped up. "Ah, it's that guy, the one who caused a ruckus in the ancient city that day." The memory of not seeing him for a period of time was awakened by his voice. Many people immediately recalled the figure they saw in the ancient city more than 30 days ago. Suddenly, the look in their eyes changed. When they saw him that day, he definitely didn't have such a terrifying aura. Emohi waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk forward. The others looked at each other and followed him, although they didn't know why he appeared here and why he behaved so strangely. There should be no problem, since there were so many of them. The distance between the two sides slowly shortened from 100,000 feet to 50,000 feet, then 30,000 feet, and then 10,000 feet. Even when they were about 300 feet behind the pure white figure, the latter still didn't move. It seemed that he had solidified along with the platform. When they got closer, they realized that he didn't seem to be alone. They could vaguely see that he was holding someone in his arms. As for the other people they saw that day, they didn't know where they went. Emohi took a deep breath and summoned his courage to continue walking forward with the others. When they were about 100 feet behind him, he finally moved a little and turned around slowly. Everyone stopped at the same time and looked at him seriously. "You're here." The ethereal and distant voice seemed to come from the void, and the void. It slowly sounded from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing the hearts of those who were filled with complicated emotions to become clear. Those countless thoughts were actually suppressed. "It seems that the obstacles I left behind are too light and can't dispel your desire to explore." The voice sounded again, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. So, the energy that was different from this space really came from him? However, this is as far as you go. Yun Nuoshing turned around at a small angle and tilted his head to look at everyone behind him. His sharp, pure white eyes reflected their figures. Go back and continue moving forward. There are only consequences and realities that you can't bear. There's nothing you're looking for. The path might be behind us. Maybe it's not. Jing Hung, who had fought him once, naturally didn't take this seriously. He couldn't help but mutter, I'm afraid you don't dare to walk forward alone. It's just a broken stone statue. What's the big deal? Hiss. Jing Ju withdrew his fist, which had left a bump on Jing Heng's head. He cupped his hands at Yun Nuoshing and didn't say anything. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned around and slowly walked to the side under everyone's astonished gaze, making way for them. 10,000 feet is the limit, your limit. I've finished talking. Everyone's gaze swept over him and the stone statue in the distance. They all frowned. Did this space have some connection with the stone statue? Mo, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. The leader of the divine court looked at him and asked, Aren't you going to take a look? Mo, he pondered and couldn't make up his mind. That person was too evil and made him very afraid. While they were talking, others had already walked forward slowly. As they walked forward, they kept glancing at Yun Nuoshing, who was standing aside and staring at the stone statue. Only the two sides didn't move. Jingju was also a little hesitant and didn't want to go forward. He looked at his sect master and said after thinking for a while, Sect master, I don't think we need to be in a hurry. Let's wait for them to go up and explore the path first. The sect master of the Myriad Tao Immortal Sect glanced at the sect of Near Celestial. Seeing them walking forward aggressively, he hesitated for a while and nodded. The distance of more than 100 feet was not very far. The people of the sect of Near Celestial, who were walking at the front, had already crossed the distance of 10,000 feet a few seconds ago. However, they didn't find any changes. The people who were still watching were stunned and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Did nothing happen? The leader of the divine court couldn't help but scratch his head. When he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that there were still traces of the power confrontation around Yun Nuoshing. And at this moment, it seemed to be weakening little by little. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. An inexplicable sense of fear spread all over his body in an instant. The strong desire to survive made him suddenly roar, Retreat! Come back! Damn! I knew there was a problem. Mo, he was also trembling all over. He pulled the others back in advance. The others were also baffled by the roar. However, seeing how they wished they could grow 2 more legs to turn around and run away, they knew that something must have happened. They immediately covered their heads and ran away like rats. What? The people of the sect of Near Celestial were still in a daze. Although they didn't know what had happened, they still turned around quickly. When the platform suddenly became chaotic, the whole world seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone felt that everything they knew in this world was frozen in an instant. The time and rules of this space seemed to be broken for some unknown reason, an indescribable energy, and pressure surged from the depths of the void. In an instant, it spread all over the platform. Everyone felt as if they were facing the energy at the beginning of the primordial realm. Their faces turned red instantly, and their bodies were pressed flat on the platform as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. The group of people who were covering their heads and running for their lives just now were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Their physical strength had been exhausted in an instant. They couldn't even resist for half a second. Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone who was kneeling under the pressure of the primordial realm in an instant. She maintained her indifferent and cold face for a long time. Then, she couldn't help but smile slyly. Lost kids. Her expression was like a child who had succeeded in pranking others. Chapter 1554. Under the vast galaxy, a grayish-white platform stood before the gates of the starry graveyard. The darkness that could devour everything turned this place into the loneliest place in the starry sky. Even light and time could not escape the shackles of this darkness. The primeval sky god's aura that spread wantonly swept across the platform like a transparent storm, pressing everyone to the ground. Their powerful bodies creaked as they resisted. Their bones and limbs seemed to be twisted. Amohi and the others' faces turned red as they clenched their teeth. They were probably the last few who struggled, but no matter how hard they struggled, they were pressed flat on the ground like shrimps, unable to move. The faint darkness that occupied their vision seemed to be the manifestation of the terrifying aura. He forced himself to lift his head and turned his head with difficulty to look at the stone statue behind him. In his dim vision, he noticed that the largest stone statue was emitting a faint light. In a trance, he felt as if something was paying attention to him and the group. The powerful aura made Amohi's mind reverberate with a frenzied buzzing sound. He struggled with all his might to move his head back to its original position, but he had already lost all his strength. Before he could think of what to do, he suddenly heard the sound of soft footsteps in between the buzzing sound in his mind, causing his breathing to stagnate. The others who noticed it also raised their heads. They saw the white figure walking slowly on the platform. Pure black and white light appeared on her body, resisting the powerful aura that made them feel as if they were in hell. Yun Nuashing walked among a group of flattened shrimps. Finally, her eyes fixed on a shrimp who was wearing a black cloak and was wrapped in black clothes. She grinned sinisterly and slowly walked over to the shrimp's completely stiff body and kicked it a few times. "Brat, I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my things. What? You think that if I don't look for you, I'll pretend that nothing happened? I'm with you. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm not looking for you, because this mess is more important. Everything that I've touched has my energy imprint. What are you thinking of running to the void borderlands to hide? Let me tell you, it's useless." Yun Nuashing squatted down and reached out her hand to search his body. A person at the peak of the origin realm who had lost all resistance under the pressure of the heavenly god of the origin could not even protect his spiritual world and spiritual world. If they had them, right, he was bluffing. Although the law of entanglement was stained with his energy imprint, it was too little. He could roughly feel the location of his energy imprint, but it wasn't an accurate coordinate. It would take a lot of effort to find it. That black figure turned his head, and his scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yun Nuashing, who was running amok on his body. That cold and indifferent gaze emitted a substantial anger. "What are you glaring at? You snatched the thing that I spent so much time making, and you still think you're in the right?" Yun Nuashing was also a little angry from being glared at. With a slap, he pressed his head into the ground, and cracks appeared on the hard grayish-white platform. The platform, which was already dead silent, was now forcefully suppressed. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't exist, so as not to provoke this guy who could still move around in this place for some reason. It took a lot of effort to find the law of entanglement in the depths of the black figure's mind. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded after taking a look. There was only half of the heart left. He didn't know where the other half went. It might have been eaten, used up, or destroyed. In short, he only had half a law of entanglement in his hand. Wastrel. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. If this half a law of entanglement wasn't enough, then there was nothing he could do. While they were waiting for the group of people who came here 2 hours late, he had been confronting the stone statue with the power of the Yuanshe realm. He wanted to break through it by force. But the three souls suddenly thought of a very important problem when he was about to make a move. The stone statue was something like a guardian of the temple, and it guarded this place together with the hundreds of soldier stone statues around it. In addition to breaking through it by force, he could also use the power of the world they once lived in to open it. For example, the thing that he dug out earlier but was intercepted halfway. The law of entanglement had turned into something like a key by chance. Yun Nuoxing never expected this. He only wanted to use the law of entanglement to spy on what had happened in this war site. He didn't expect such a thing to happen behind the scenes. However, it was probably just a coincidence. Using something found in this war site to open the door of this place sounded reasonable, as long as a large group of people didn't rush out to surround them when they opened the door. But the problem now was that he had found the key, but only half of it. He didn't know if it was the half with saw teeth or the half with only the handle. There shouldn't be such a classification of energy keys, right? Holding this key, that might only have one key, Yun Nuoxing walked to the distance of 100,000 feet. He raised his head and looked at the stone statue. Just as he was about to open it and rush to the next space, a voice quietly sounded in his mind. "Lord Feng, you forgot to deal with these people." Jing Yuanji's words reminded a certain someone who had almost forgotten about the important matter. Yun Nuoxing suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at the people sprawled all over the ground, pretending to be corpses. Yun Nuoxing looked at the people all over the ground and lowered his head. He muttered to himself as if he was talking to himself. "If I let them all go, will they immediately turn around and leave? Probably not. Maybe not. If I let them continue, they will die without a doubt. Then why don't I just do it? Kill them all." The muttering like a psychopath made everyone's hearts turn cold. Anything that happened here would not be known by the people outside. Killing them would be a waste of time. Before they could think of a way to deal with this situation, everyone felt that the strange existence was slowly accumulating energy in his body. A pair of strange dark red eyes made everyone tremble in fear. Boom. Just when they thought that this guy was going to kill until his eyes turned red, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the platform, making everyone's hearts tremble. Then they found that the terrifying pressure that had been suppressing them was fading little by little, and they could regain control of their bodies. A series of explosions came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads. The stone statue, with abnormal energy, suddenly stood up slowly from the throne. The broken stones that fell from the huge stone statue hit the platform and made a loud sound. It was the sound they had just heard. Huge stones fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. They turned into broken stones and scattered in all directions, turning into a rain of broken stones. A large amount of fragments containing the power of laws flew out from the broken stones. A strange light of energy flowed out from the stones and melted into a colorful energy river imprinted on the platform. The strange light of energy dazzled everyone's eyes. The violent tremor came from the end of the platform. The huge stone statue suddenly walked toward them. All the stone statues around the platform left their positions and walked out of the array with huge weapons in their hands. As the stone statues revived, the energy in their bodies gradually awakened. The energy that was comparable to the peak of origin and the energy of the Yuanshe realm faintly appeared mixed together. Everyone who had just climbed up from the ground turned pale. "Kaka!" A loud tremor came from the tunnel behind them. The soldiers standing on both sides of the tunnel walked into the tunnel from the starry sky. The weapons on the ground were slowly raised in their hands with a strange sound of rubbing stones. Then they turned around and walked toward the center of the platform. Something's wrong. He had just climbed up from the ground when he saw this scene. His pupils shrank, and a sense of danger flashed in his heart. He roared loudly, "Leave the tunnel! Don't get close to those stone statues!" His sudden scream made the already panicked people even more panic. However, they had been listening to the others' orders for the past few days. In a hurry, they still subconsciously tried to distance themselves from the tunnel. However, they had just used up all of their energy under the pressure of the primeval realm. The group closest to the tunnel fell to the ground again before they could even take a step, sweating profusely. The soldier closest to the platform raised his weapon and walked a few steps towards the center of the platform. Suddenly, he turned his huge head. His aura seemed to have entered combat mode, as if he had encountered a prey. He took a step forward and swung his weapon down heavily at the crowd, who were struggling to stand still. The weapon that came crashing down like a heavenly pillar made the faces of those who were shrouded in its shadow turn pale. They no longer had any strength to resist, and could only watch as the weapon approached them in an instant. Another aura that was comparable to the huge stone statue erupted from the depths of the platform and spread across the starry sky in an instant. He and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could react, they saw a thin layer of dark red energy shield around them. The soldier, who was swinging his weapon, suddenly froze. The weapon in his hand was shaken by the terrifying energy and smashed onto the platform beside him. It brushed past the people, looking at the huge weapon that was pressed down by the dark red energy like a small mountain. This group of high-tier origins felt like they had just escaped death. "What are you waiting for?" The person from the depths of the platform spoke again. "You stepped into the forbidden area without any preparation. Now, you still don't want to turn back. Do you want to stay and wrestle with these stone statues? After losing 90% of your power, the earth-shaking sounds continued to appear on the platform. The huge stone statue suddenly made a move of exploding and roaring. The unshakable power of the primeval realm set off a huge wave in the void. The power that could wash the entire world, the world and the vision of countless people, into a grayish white. It almost suffocated the people, and they almost fell to the ground again. Boom! Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. His body swayed. His right foot took half a step back, but he stood firm. He retracted his foot again and stubbornly stared at the stone statue. The origin energy in his body gradually surged out and resisted the terrifying pressure. He gritted his teeth and smacked his lips. He inadvertently turned his head and saw that the people behind him were still stunned. They were so angry that they almost went crazy. F***CK, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Do you really want to die? Damn it, they didn't know each other in the first place. He didn't need to use all his strength to protect this group of people. He still had to protect the big family in his soul. How could he have so much strength to take care of them? Why didn't they leave at this time? Everyone laughed bitterly. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they didn't have much energy left. When the primeval realm aura came, they had almost used up all their energy to resist it. Now they did have some hidden power to use, but there was nothing to worry about. If they didn't use it now, they wouldn't be able to use it later. Retreat. Run. Emohi roared. Under the continuous provocation, everyone finally broke through the layer of defense in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and used all their hidden power to rush towards the tunnel. When they saw the soldiers and stone statues coming towards them, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. However, they didn't have any power to resist them at this time. They could only rush forward. When the stone statues saw them charging straight at them, They all raised the weapons in their hands. When the crowd saw their movements, they clenched their teeth and poured out all the power they had been saving for the last time, increasing their speed as if their lives depended on it. Just when they thought they would hear continuous screams, they only heard the clanging of weapons on chains. They couldn't help but raise their heads. The pure white chains of order entangled the weapons of all the stone statues and weaved into a large net. The net started from the figures standing in the deepest part of the platform. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoshing's back with complicated gazes. A trace of gratitude rose in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and rushed towards the entrance without looking back. Yun Nuoshing's right hand, which was holding the chain of order, was shaking slightly. He frowned. He did not expect that when he used his power in a larger area, he would be suppressed even more by the stone statue of Yuanshi. Boom! Heavy footsteps, accompanied by a huge, smelly foot, landed in front of him. Yun Nuoshing glared. However, no matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't completely resist the power of the Yuanshi realm. His feet trembled as he took 3 steps back. He stomped a deep hole in the ground and forced his body, which was about to be pushed out by that power, to stay 3 steps away. Most of them should have left. If we don't leave quickly, I'll die here. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth and muttered. He wanted to turn around to look at the situation behind him, but when he turned around, he saw a blurry black shadow appear in the corner of his line of sight. A pair of scarlet eyes were reflected in his line of sight, and at the same time, there was a cold light that was tainted with great power. In that moment, several hundred thoughts flashed through Yun Nuoshing's head. None of them were related to him. He only thought about how to torture and kill this ant who just happened to pick a time like this to cause trouble. He even thought of 100 more ideas. A peak reciprocity attack would not be able to reach a distance of 30 centimeters. Then, in the next several dozen seconds, just when Yun Nuoshing was about to release the Yuanshi realm's qi that he had blocked, a shout suddenly exploded from the side and interrupted him. "How dare you, brat!" The power contained in that violent shout caused the black figure to instantly stiffen. The tip of the short sword in his hand abruptly stopped less than 3 inches away from Yun Nuoshing. The former's scarlet eyes suddenly flickered. Just as he was about to retreat after his attack failed, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. In less than a moment, a fist smashed him to the ground. Yun Nuoshing casually glanced at the person who was lying on the ground like a toad after his sneak attack failed. He turned around and saw Emohi standing beside him. Emohi took out something that looked like a chain from somewhere and tied the black figure tightly. Afterward, he viciously knocked a large bump on the back of the black figure's head and put him into a deep sleep. Only then did the black figure catch his breath. His face was filled with difficulty and difficulty. After being beaten back and forth by the Yuanshi realm's qi, he still had the strength to do that. It really was no wonder he was the leader of a Void Overlord organization. Emohi tried to catch his breath with one hand on his waist. When he saw Yun Nuoshing looking at him, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me. Huff. Hurry up and think of what to do. You don't really want to, huff, die here, do you?" Yun Nuoshing looked at him strangely. Just when he was about to say something, he heard movement from the other side of the platform. The two of them turned their heads together and saw the leader of the God's Court standing in front of the tunnel. He was trying his best to create an energy barrier to stop the stone statues. The stone statues had inadvertently approached from all directions. The stone weapons in their hands shone with cold, killing intent under the starry black hole and the starry sky. He could not help but yell, "Hurry up and think of something. I can't hold on much longer." Cough. Well, this guy was really trying his best. It didn't take long for him to spit out blood. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. But thanks to him, she didn't have to take the time to check the group of soldiers behind her. It wouldn't be a big problem to confront the stone statue of the Yuanshe realm. All the people on the platform had evacuated, except for the guy who was silenced. Only Mo-he and the guy who spat out blood were left. Why didn't these two guys run away? What are you two doing here? Yun Nuoshing asked Mo, he while concentrating on checking the stone statue of the Yuanshe realm. Mo-he froze for a moment and seemed to find it very strange. What am I doing here? How do I know why I should stay? I should run away. Yun Nuoshing, but we all stayed. Our escape route has been cut off, so we can only stay. Mo-he waved his hand and grinned. If he wasn't panting while talking, he would have looked quite handsome. Unfortunately, he looked very embarrassed while panting. I'll go help that guy first. If you think of a way, hurry up and use it. We can't hold on for long. Mo-he gritted his teeth and stood up straight. But he only stood up straight. He turned around and walked slowly toward the leader of the divine court. He said without looking back, "There's no way." Yun Nuoshing's sigh fell into the two's ears, and they couldn't help but tremble. Hearing her faint sigh, they couldn't help but clench their fists. That point of entanglement is the key. I just used it. The stone statue moved because I used it, but I don't know what this guy who came out of nowhere did with the point of entanglement. The key is incomplete because half of the structure is missing. Otherwise, there should be a door or something similar to a door. I told you not to come. I purposely left so many obstacles on the way to let you know the difficulties and retreat. But you dragged the Allied army and were so stubborn. Why did you rush to be buried with me? Yun Nuoshing suddenly couldn't help but tease. It seems like you are in a hurry to be reincarnated. Mo-he and Yun Nuoshing, don't joke at this time. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. She saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and wanted to tease them. There was a way, but it was a little strenuous. Previously, the three souls said that besides forcing their way in, they could also use the key to open the door. Now, the key was broken in the door. They could only force their way in. Fortunately, it was only a stone statue of the Yuanshe realm. After casually moving her hands and feet, Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath. A cold smile appeared on her pretty face. In the end, we still have to smash the wall with our own hands. Chapter 1555. With his current strength, even if he did not borrow the power of the realm of the gods, he should be able to fight a real Yuanshe. After all, 100 million years had passed, and he had changed a lot compared to himself 100 million years ago. Well, the premise was that the other party's realm could not be too high. If it was too high, he would die. But this guy was just a stone statue. To be honest, he did not think that this stone statue could match the power of a real Yuanshe. How could a stone statue that had no intelligence and was sitting there eating dust and moss want to trample him to death? You two step back. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. Dozens of origin energies roared and rushed in his body. The powerful power from the peak of order made his confidence swell without reason. He felt that he was very arrogant. Even if a beginner Yuanshe came, he could fight. I'll talk to it about life. Oh, no, the principle of stone. Mo-he and the leader of the celestial court widened their eyes. The energy of that thing was many levels higher than theirs. They could not understand it from where they stood now. It must be of a higher realm. Did he want to fight with it? You're not kidding, are you? Mo-he blinked. He was already a little weak. When he heard what Yun Nuoshing said, he was even more shocked. He thought that Yun Nuoshing was a little nervous and had given up. He could not help but persuade him. Don't give up. Maybe there are other ways. he said it out loud, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoxing's confident and slightly proud, but also abnormally solemn and serious gaze. But looking at your eyes, it doesn't look like you're going to die. Could it be that you're not joking? I don't have the energy to joke with you. At this point, the key is gone, and the door is blocked in front of me. What else can I do but smash the wall with my head? Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly turned to look at him. He looked back at the stone statue. The energy in his body was surging and roaring to the peak. You two try your best to hold back those stone statues. Leave this big one to me. Oh, that's right. It's best to back off a little. There isn't enough space here. If you guys get caught in the crossfire, you might be in danger. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath after entering a deep state of fusion with the little angel. The surging origin energy allowed him to almost ignore the stone statue's coercion in the realm of Yuanshi. He looked at the stinky girl calmly walking forward. His right hand, which was holding Frost, slowly lowered. Dozens of kinds of energy gathered crazily and condensed into a huge ball of energy beside him. The flickering light seemed to draw the surrounding void. The stone statue raised its head with a boom. A figure surrounded by countless energies suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. The flickering energy caused the surrounding void to collapse. The void brought along the power of the void and poured into the starry sky. Finally, it flowed into the ball of light in Yun Nuoxing's hand as he struck out with his palm. Let me summon the 10,000 elephants. Jing Yuanji and the others in the soul couldn't help but smile bitterly at the same time with a solemn look on their faces. His first move was the guide of all things. This guy was arrogant, but in the end, he didn't underestimate the enemy. It was just that his first move was too fierce. The colorful ball of energy suddenly expanded and enveloped the stone statue and the platform. A boundless, attractive force suddenly erupted from the center of the energy. All the energy in the starry sky and the infinite energy in the void were attracted and gathered crazily. The violent energy burst out from all directions and smashed onto the grayish-white platform like a cluster of stars, wrapping the stone statue in the center. The sudden burst of huge energy made he and the other persons so shocked that their faces were distorted. For a moment, they didn't know whether to maintain the defense in front of them or turn around to resist the violent energy attack from behind. F***, he screamed in horror and hurriedly turned around to cast an energy barrier. The incoming wave wasn't very fast for them. They could see the overlapping waves mixing into one and smashing towards them with the power to overturn the starry sky. The two people's faces immediately changed. They couldn't care less about the soldiers and stone statues in front of them and hurriedly defended against the indiscriminate energy attack. Huge energy waves burst out from the center of the guide of all things, creating a storm that had just evolved to the most violent scale on the platform. The stone statues sensed the threat of destruction and were swept away by the oncoming wave before they could even raise their heads to defend. Their bodies made cracking sounds as they shattered into dozens of pieces from head to toe and scattered into the starry sky. Yun Nuoxing pulled himself out from the center of the energy shock. He turned around abruptly and waved his right hand. A boundless array of formations appeared from the void and lined up one after another. All the formations were aimed at the center of the storm on the grayish-white platform. Just as he was about to erupt with the greatest power, he suddenly felt an abnormal, attractive force from the platform that sucked in all the energy he had poured onto the platform. This made him slightly stunned, and his attack paused for a moment. Moreover, the pressure of the Yuanshi realm had disappeared. What's going on? Are we not going to fight anymore? Yun Nuoxing looked suspicious, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't think that this move alone could defeat the stone statue. If so, he should have entered the Yuanshi realm long ago. But if that was the case, why did its aura suddenly disappear? Or did it just restrain itself? A crack suddenly appeared in the energy storm, and Emohi and the leader of the divine court rolled out of it. The former looked at the hundreds of formations that surrounded this space and felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but shout at Yun Nuwashing, "Are you trying to kill us all?" "It's okay. We won't die. I know what I'm doing." Yun Nuwashing waved his hand. 2 chains of order darted out of the formation and pulled the 2 of them to his side. Emohi panted heavily. He didn't have much strength to begin with, and he had just been attacked indiscriminately. Although he had deliberately weakened some of the power that affected them, he was now panting heavily after escaping death. He looked at the platform below and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is the aura of that realm gone?" "I want to know too, but it's gone all of a sudden." Yun Nuwashing was also confused. He thought for a while and waved his hand to dissipate the energy cloud. If it didn't dissipate on its own, it would dissipate soon. The strange attraction there was so strange that it could devour his original energy. The cloud dissipated and revealed the situation behind. Yun Nuwashing, the leader of the divine court, and a large group of people in his mind all looked curiously in front of them. The Yuanshi stone statue, whose face couldn't be seen, had stopped moving. It maintained its posture of reaching out to them, as if to welcome them. In the huge palm of the stone statue, there was a huge blue energy vortex about 1,000 feet wide, a space passage. "The door is open. What's going on this time? Did I hit the key into the door? Or is it not going to fight because the minions were all killed?" Yun Nuwashing was stunned for a moment and quickly asked in his mind. He was asking the 3 souls. The woman was also a little puzzled. They had lost too many memories, and there were many situations that were difficult to judge. She could only guess. The stone statue is guarding the door. Other than using the power from our world to touch it, there is only one way left to break in. But I actually don't know how to break in by force. Maybe it will work as long as the attack reaches a certain level. I don't know. The short-haired man and the young man crossed their arms and shook their heads. Yun Nuwashing could not help but grimace when he heard this. This explanation did not feel as good as his, but in short, there seemed to be no problem. He looked at the stone statue. It raised its head and looked at their position. In addition to its actions, it did seem to be inviting them to go deeper into the space. Yun Nuwashing's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Emohi and the young man. "Are you two not going to turn back? The space ahead will only get more and more dangerous. You know little about this space. Walking here casually is equivalent to walking into a quagmire. Sooner or later, you will not be able to get out. You know what I mean?" "I know what you mean. What is the other layer of meaning?" The leader of the celestial court wiped the sweat from his forehead. He stared at Yun Nuwashing as if he wanted to find the answer from the subtle changes on his face. "You could have not saved them and let everyone be killed by the stone statue. I thought you left so many people behind to stop us because you have some grudge against us, but you did it at that time. Why? Is it useful to keep you alive? Is this answer enough?" Yun Nuwashing took a light breath and shrugged. "Of course, it is useful. Part of it is for me, but the bigger part is something bigger. You are not ready to face those things now, so I will not tell you. When I judge that you are ready in this void, I will tell you some things that are hidden, but that everyone will have to face." Yun Nuwashing turned his head. "Now, stay here. I will go ahead and take a look. If you are ready to face something in advance, come and find me. After saying this, he did not care about Emohi and the young man's reaction. He went straight to the stone statue and went into the portal in a flash, leaving the two looking at each other in confusion. The leader of the celestial court glanced at Emohi and said, "What do we do now?" "You're asking me when you're confused." Emohi rolled his eyes. "Who should I ask?" The two of them looked at each other, then lowered their heads and sighed deeply. The stone statue was still holding up its right hand, the teleportation channel had not disappeared, and the platform was still there. Yun Nuoshing's words were deliberately hiding something. At this moment, they did not know things that they could not know yet. If they wanted to know those things, they first needed to rest. Otherwise, if they ran into the channel in this state, who knew what they would encounter again? Anyway, let's take a rest first. The two sighed and sat down on the platform. A dazzling light flickered in the gray, starry sky. A figure wrapped in endless energy seemed to gather from the light, breaking free from the shackles of the light and appearing in the starry sky. Then he looked around at the starry sky with a strange misty characteristic and frowned slightly. The chaos here is very serious. Strange. It is clearly a place where the Fourth Order occupies almost the entire place. Why is it still so chaotic? I can already feel that it is almost peaceful, but Yun Nuoshing glanced at the state of the starry sky, and his expression changed. It was this strange, contradictory nature again. Could this be what the Fourth Order looked like at the beginning of its formation? First, it went through the initial chaos and calm, then it slowly clashed with other orders and fell into true chaos. Finally, it was true stability. Well, only God knew what the situation was. He could not figure it out for the time being. Yun Nuoshing turned his attention away from the state of the starry sky and looked at the starry sky in front of him. A bright star cluster appeared in his sight. The star cluster that had already formed was mixed with a huge nebula-like material energy. The star cluster itself was unusually bright and was mostly blue. There were dark blue or faint red lights in a few corners, and the nebula that wrapped around the bright star cluster like a membrane showed a faint purplish-yellow shimmer, like a thin layer of gas cloud. Looking at the star cluster through his eyes, it showed that the nebula was scattered all over the star cluster. The latter was obviously a star cluster that had already formed and stabilized. It was as if the star cluster had crashed into the nebula at a speed that was difficult to achieve under normal conditions. However, there was no plundering. Instead, the two had reached a strange balance and coexisted. A big house with double decorations. Yuan Kong looked at the scene in his soul. Her characteristic, which was similar to her sister's, made her notice something. Idiot, that star cluster. In the lower right corner that you're looking at, there are traces of energy flashing. It's the place where the circle is. Yun Nuoshing looked around and soon found the place that Yuan Kong was talking about, a place that suddenly caved in. The starlight and objects around it were distorted, just like the vortex itself and the things around it. However, the caved-in was just an illusion. It seemed to be some kind of distortion caused by some kind of energy conflict, cutting off the continuity of the surrounding scene and causing distortion and rupture. This place. The short-haired man suddenly came forward and looked at the scene he saw. His eyes flashed. This looks like a galaxy in that world. How did it get involved with the space guarded by the Guardian statues? God knows what happened to this space when the war broke out. It's normal for something to happen. It's possible that a space was smashed into another space to replace it, or it was swallowed up. That's not an explanation. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Anyway, if you have any memories or faint impressions, just let me know. Tell me if there's anything worth paying attention to about that star cluster that looks a little problematic. The short-haired man replied. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and searched through his fragmented memories for a while before he said, "If I remember correctly, there used to be a place similar to an outpost at the place where the distortion occurred." Outpost? Or a fortress? Or Yun Nuashing saw that the man's face was getting more and more twisted and pained. She quickly waved her hand. Okay. Whatever it is, there used to be something there, right? Then I'll go and have a look." Because he was not sure if there was anything wrong with this abnormal starry sky, Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry to throw out his large group of people. He went over to explore the way first, and in the process, he also explored the appearance of this starry sky. Just as he let his soul spread out for a short distance, his heart thumped, and he could not help but whisper, "Damn, this starry sky is alive." Everyone was startled when they heard this. They looked at each other solemnly. The world in this war site was all branded by the rules, recording the scenes after the tragic war, before it was destroyed by the void, or during the war. It was a pile of legacy of the rules inscribed. Everything in it could be said to be the creation of the rules, because they were all restored by the power of the rules. Then, under such circumstances, Yun Nuashing sensed real starlight. It was no longer the starlight with a strong aura of the rules emitted by the stars condensed by the power of the rules. It was real, and it came from a living star in the starry sky. Apart from being horrified, the doubts and vigilance in his heart were greatly raised. There must be something abnormal. Well, the evildoers who appeared under such circumstances were probably world-destroying existences. Due to his vigilance, Yun Nuashing did not rush to the distorted place immediately. He slowly approached it after a few minutes. When he got close to the place where the distortion was like a whirlpool and also like quicksand, he could clearly sense the abnormal situation nearby. The space is abnormal. At the same time, the void, time, rules in this place are also abnormal. Master Feng, the rules in this area are all normal. Jing, Yuanji murmured, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. This is not a rule pieced together from rule fragments. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, considering the situation in the starry sky that he had seen and Jing Yuanji's words. The implication was that this place had never experienced destruction, so naturally there were no rule-bending fragments. However, there was indeed a fourth-rank aura here. Or perhaps the battle back then had completely shattered all the rules and energy in this space. It's just that by a freak combination of factors, I don't know who or how many people's godly right and divinity fragments mutated when the conflict broke out, restoring this starry sky. It's just that no one knows. Yun Nuashing pinched his fringe. His gaze focused on the whirlpool in front of him that had already occupied his entire field of vision. However, his mind drifted to another place. The existence of fourth-rank power proves that this place has experienced destruction before and has been cleansed by a new order. Moreover, it's a rather young fourth-rank power. It might even be at the initial stage of chaos and balance that hasn't changed yet. For an intact, starry sky to appear under such a background, it's either that it has undergone restoration and reconstruction, or Min frowned when he heard that, or someone moved the space here. Yun Nuashing nodded. There were only two possibilities. First of all, there was no way to conceal the traces of fourth-rank power in the void. Then, the problem could only lie with other things in this space. That battle back, then, it seemed that a lot of strange things had happened. He had thought about it before. The massive divinity, godly right, rule-bending power, sequence-bending power, and other powers collided with each other through individual changes. It was indeed easy for some unimaginable changes to occur. However, sometimes the battle was too intense, and the destructive energy in each energy was too great. Those abnormal changes were eliminated before they could show themselves. Some of these changes could be observed in places where the intensity of the battle was slightly weaker. However, It did not mean that the weaker the battle, the easier it was for abnormal changes to occur. Otherwise, it would not have been called an accident. Let's not care about those brain-burning things for now. After listening for a while, Yuan Kong finally could not help but grit his teeth and scratch his head hard. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. We won't be able to find anything from so far away. Since those things have already happened, there must be a reason for them to have happened. It's not too late to look into it later. If we wait a while longer, the traces of energy flashing might be annihilated completely. That's true. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. He pulled back his thoughts that had drifted to the other side and slowly flew towards the space in front of him. In the end, when he was about to approach a certain range, he felt something and could not help but stop. He stretched out his hand in front of him and touched something that was like a barrier in the shape of a distorted vortex. Yun Nuoshing's expression froze. Solidification of nothingness, a boundary domain that separates reality, the void, and nothingness, and makes the three independent and solidified. No, it seems to be a barrier that delineates the area. I only treat it as something that can be done in theory. Who has the time to do such things? But it is indeed a theoretical thing. The nothingness and the void have not reached a state of solidification. Looking at this barrier, it probably only completely separates the void of a region. It seems that there is something imperfect that allows it to occasionally open and communicate with the outside world. The void and nothingness inside and outside would then be replaced to a certain extent. As for reality, as for the space in the real world, since the first two realms were not completely sealed, there was naturally no solidification or solidification. However, the barrier between the inside and outside was equally effective, so there would probably be some things inside. Some things that existed during the war might have been preserved because of this barrier. Chapter 1556, a barrier that perfectly separated the void from the outside and froze it only existed in theory. Its existence perfectly functioned as it should in reality. Its function was reduced to a wall that was a little stronger than an ordinary city gate, and its weak stagnation effect made the effects of time insignificant. Perhaps some things inside were preserved well, and perhaps there were still wreckage from the end of the war still smoking inside. It was quite easy to break through this barrier. All one needed to do was to point the nether void sword and poke it with weak origin energy to restore the chaotic order, rules, void, and nothingness here to their normal state. The stagnation inside would also end, and it would return to its normal state of being washed away by time. In fact, it could be done more crudely, such as crashing into it, but that might cause the barrier to collapse. After all, it was something that existed in theory. Although it had been reduced to such a terrible state in reality, it was still more special than a normal barrier that had such a function. It's not difficult to break through, but I'm afraid that something inside will end the semi-stagnation. We have to be quick. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch up with the cool down of the battlefield. Yun Nuoshing took out the nether void sword and gently poked the tip of the sword a few times on the barrier. She aimed at a spot and stabbed it. Several origin energies flashed on her body and surged into the barrier through the nether void sword. The barrier quickly became illusory and flashed like lightning. The energy and destruction beyond the barrier's capacity to handle caused it to shake. The vortex around it twisted even more, and the starlight collapsed as if a black hole was slowly awakening inside. It's quite sturdy. As expected of a theoretical barrier, it's a little special. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself as he twirled the nether void sword in his hand. A few more types of origin energy gushed out, creating a river of energy within the barrier. Then, the barrier, which was twisting even more intensely, suddenly shuddered and dimmed as if it was about to run out of energy. It flickered, and after a few flashes, the distorted scene around it gradually returned to normal. The spinning nether void sword drew an arc and completely tore the barrier apart. The scene before them returned to normal after a violent flash. The sunken and distorted space returned to normal. The spirals and vortexes of light stabilized, and an aura of destruction of order and rules drifted out from the broken barrier. Yun Nuoshing frowned and fearlessly stepped forward into the area that was suspended by the void. In this place, the state of war might have just ended not too long ago. Space had yet to recover from the impact of excessive destructive energy. Order and rules might not have begun to recover. I don't feel any abnormality in the flow of time. Siyu could not help but say after a short while. There was no abnormality in the flow of time in the first place. After all, this barrier has not really reached the level where it can block the normal flow of time inside and outside. The flow of time inside still follows the rules of time of this world. It's just that the stagnation has made everything inside less sensitive to time. As for the rules of time of this strange, starry sky, Yin Nuoshing pursed her lips and tugged at her long hair. It's not easy to find out what the rules of time of this starry sky are like when you're in this space. At least for now, I don't feel any signs of it being forcefully twisted. That is to say, the flow of time in this place is still normal. However, even if there is any phenomenon of time slowing outside, it has been washed away by our intrusion. Now, there is only normal time here. Walking into this place, the short-haired man struggled to find something familiar. Yun Nuoshing cautiously approached it, and his soul spread out in the starry sky. As he had just broken free from the stagnation, he felt a high energy reaction from dozens of places. However, they were all residual energy sources, traces of battle, and traces of the void and space quietly recovering. At present, there was no danger. Judging from the scale of the war ruins, the battle back then should be comparable to, well, actually, it doesn't have to be comparable. To be able to use a weapon of the scale of the Yuanshe Realm Stone statue, it must have been a great battle that happened 11 years ago. Yun Nuoshing said with a grimace. In fact, when he saw the Yuanshe Realm Stone statue, he had already thought about it. There was no such thing in the Dark Age, other than that era, which era had such a weapon of war. What followed was a pain in the ass. In fact, from the beginning, he felt that something was wrong with the war ruins. However, he did not expect it to be related to the mythological era. Wait a minute, could this be related to that again? Shaking his head to throw those terrible thoughts out of his mind, Yun Nuoshing said as he walked forward. Judging from the scale of the battle back, then, and with the stagnation effect of the barrier, it is normal that there are high energy reactions here. These are all traces of battle. The planet that the short-haired man was familiar with still had an atmosphere. The stars around it were already dead, or it did not orbit a sun. Even though there was no sun nearby, Yun Nuoshing still found signs of light. He could see clearly what the interior of the planet looked like. A scorched earth burned by the flames of war, a huge crater that was smashed by a great force, occupying the entire surface of the planet. Deeper into the crater, he could even see its core. A normal planet with such damage would have been torn apart. It seemed that this planet was also specially made. However, there was not much energy left in its body. Perhaps it had already run out of energy when the war broke out. Now, it was just a huge hard sphere. Landing on this sunken planet from the starry sky, the divine soul that had spread out retracted from wandering in the starry sky back to the planet. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the starry sky that was covered with a layer of fog. I don't feel anything, but it makes sense. The battle has been over for so long. Other than some traces of destruction that have yet to dissipate due to stagnation, there shouldn't be anything here. Apart from the crater at the end of the horizon, there was only destruction caused by the aftermath of the energy. Ashes, flames, smoke, these things had not dissipated in time. There was no trace of life left on the dry land, no matter if it was alive or dead. Yun Nuoxing could not help but frown. It had been like this since he came to this starry sky. First of all, his soul could not go very far. Secondly, there was the problem of interference. There was still a lot of energy in this space. The interference was too severe. Otherwise, he would not have to land on the planet to check it out. He could not help it. He could not see clearly if he did not get closer. Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of an important problem. He looked for Feng Qinghuang in his soul. "Girl, can you see if there is anything alive in this space?" Without hesitation, Feng Qinghuang shook her head. She had been using his senses to sense the space when she came in. She did not find anything. "There is a lot of energy. Well, just like you, little star, I am also affected." Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. A battle that lasted 11 eras was bound to involve primeval stage cultivators. Who knew what kind of terrible destruction these war ruins had suffered? Perhaps the high-energy reactions they sensed were actually remnants of primeval stage cultivators' power. It was perfectly normal for their senses to be disturbed. After all, he was only a mere Empyrean god of origin. However, even if their souls were useless, it did not prevent them from using their eyes. With his strange physique, even if there were no ghosts in this place, he would definitely be able to find something. Moreover, he felt that there should be something in this place. Based on the fact that the barrier was still there when they came, he was certain that there must be something here. It was just that. God knew what it was. That kind of slightly stubborn idea was a little shaken after he wandered around the planet for a long time. As the stagnation was lifted and time passed, the destruction and traces left behind also weakened little by little. The gaze that swept across the planet also gradually became bored and stopped. Yun Nuoxing casually stopped at a place and could not help but say to himself, "This is great. My physique also has a time when it fails." Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly. They had been walking around for 2 hours. Other than seeing the remnant traces of destruction weaken little by little, they did not find anything. Nothing happened. It was a little bit of a malfunction. It's boring. After stopping for about 5 minutes, Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there was nothing in this strange star field that was sealed off. When he turned around and was about to go somewhere else, he suddenly saw the stars in the distance distorting before him. There was a layer of transparent, wave-like thing wriggling in the starry sky from 2 ends towards the middle. The energy barrier that was severed and stagnant slowly closed from the edges, sealing the starfield bit by bit. Huh. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. Everyone was also shocked by this sudden scene. Before they could react, all the high-energy reactions around them stopped showing signs of fading away. The flames were still burning, but they would not consume anything. The restored void was fixed at the scene where the opening had not closed, but nothing would disappear from the void crack. The starry sky once again fell into a state of stagnation. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone was stunned. The barrier is closed. The voice of the little angel rang in his mind. Yun Nuoxing slowly took a breath, his expression a little stiff. The stagnation effect had appeared in this starfield again. All the energy reactions around him had shown that this effect had appeared. He also felt that the energy reaction in his body was a little strange. It was a little restless, but he could still suppress it. Was this the case when the barrier's effect was reflected on living things? I can't find the source of the energy. Min replied in a low voice. Yun Nuoshing was silent. Although that was the case, there was definitely something that still existed here. It might even be a living person. Such a complicated thing that existed only in theory should not be able to self-repair with just a core, just like his large group of magic circles. But what if it was not? Bang! A dull energy explosion sounded in the distant starry sky, causing the silent group to turn their eyes abruptly to look into the distance. The scene of a burst of energy appeared in the distant starry sky. The destructive power caused the sound to reach his ears indiscriminately. The place where the huge burst of energy exploded was far away. It might be the sound of a huge scene being blown up. The tremor of the destructive energy shook the starry sky. A battle scene? Yun Nuoshing did not say anything and rushed toward the place where the burst of energy was shooting into the sky. Ripples appeared in the space around him. Those were the movements left behind by magic circles that were set up in the void. His eyes flickered as he looked at the burst of energy that was still expanding. It was impossible for mere residual energy to cause such a commotion in a stagnant scene. Was it a living being? Was it a fourth-rank creation? Or was it some kind of strange thing? Master Feng, be careful. Jing Yuanji reminded him softly. Yun Nuoshing nodded. In this place that was very likely to be a battlefield left behind from the mythological era, he needed to be vigilant of the primordial heavenly god's spirit. They had already gone deep into a rather dangerous place. It was not impossible for them to die here if they were not careful. The starry sky flowed quickly around him. It did not take long for Yun Nuoshing to approach the place where the energy was shining. However, the strange thing was that they did not see anything there. The fiery red energy burst expanded to the size of a star and then slowly dissipated. If it were not for the fact that he could determine that there was a huge amount of for-life rule power in it, he would have thought that it was just a sun that had exploded. There's nothing. Yun Nuoshing was really stunned this time. He ran over from across the starry sky, but in the end, he did not see anything. Instead, a burst of energy slowly dissipated before his eyes. This was a joke. Bang! An energy roar that was enough to shake the void suddenly erupted less than 100 kilometers in front of them. Their vision, which was originally dim and they could barely see their surroundings, was instantly illuminated as if it was daytime. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. A burst of energy with a massive amount of destructive energy and void power was rapidly expanding in front of them. A mere 100 kilometers was covered in it in an instant. He had just reacted to put on a layer of energy shield when he was swallowed by the expanding energy burst. The energy's destructive impact was very powerful. It was at the peak of origin level. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, even if he was caught off guard by this energy, he would still be covered in dust. He would not be injured, but at most, he would be in a sorry state. After identifying the direction where the energy was expanding, Yun Nuoshing was about to escape the range of the energy explosion in one go. However, the origin energy in his body suddenly lit up at this moment. Both he and his little angel were stunned. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to ignore this sudden movement and escape, the dozens of origin energy hidden in his body suddenly circulated on their own. His body that was about to turn around and run suddenly stiffened. A second later, it dragged his body toward the center of the energy explosion. Huh, what are you playing this time? The little angel was completely calm. She even had the mood to tease him. Although it's late, it's here. Like going against the flow of a waterfall, the origin energy pushed all the destructive energy to the side. In a few seconds, it came to the center of the energy explosion. In the place covered by the light, there was a jagged crack that was 10 feet wide. The endless destructive energy was gushing out from that place like a flood. Space crack? Space. Wait a minute. Could it be that the things that I'm looking for, the things in this space, are all hidden in other layers of space? Yun Nuashing only had time to murmur. The origin energy tied a chain around his hand like a ferocious beast and pulled him into the space crack. He had to desperately hold Frost in his arms to prevent himself from disappearing. After a short and trembling space transition, Yun Nuashing clearly felt that he had gone to a deeper space. However, there were many rules that were almost similar to the space just now, except that the edges and corners were different. He rushed out from the center of another energy explosion and quickly passed through another energy explosion's light ball. Little star, the breath of life. I feel it. Destructive energy. The threat level is very high. Be careful. Min also reminded in a deep voice. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already very careful, but the situation now was that he couldn't remember what he remembered. It was as if they were being dragged from one dimension to another by the origin energy. Furthermore, the urgency of the situation made him recall the time when he was tormented by more than 100 origin energy essences. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, he would have cursed out loud right now. His divine soul hurriedly fused into the void and began to spread in all directions. He began to pray that this space would not be disturbed by so much energy. After a while, a group of people who seemed to be humans appeared in his senses. One group of people was wearing pale white robes, and the other group was wrapped in black robes with hoods on their heads. They looked like a cult on a certain planet in a certain world. They were just short of carrying 2 torches to enforce the law. The group of people in the pale white robes was very different from the other group in terms of quality and quantity. Their attack methods were no different from what he knew. The primeval heavenly gods had fallen to the point of fighting each other in close quarters, and it was obvious that hand-to-hand combat was a common method across the void. The other was only energy attack methods, and if he wanted to change it again, he would at most combine the two. However, those people in black robes didn't look right. Chaos, no order, no rationality, or at least a considerable part of their rationality had been fed to the dogs. Why was their presence so similar to the abyssal death mist spawn and the distorted race? When the two were put together and multiplied by 3, it would almost become the former. If there was anything else, it was only a feeling. Unusually dangerous. This was the most straightforward feeling that was transmitted to him by both his soul and the origin energy. And this danger did not seem to be referring to the abnormality of any one of them, but that they were abnormal. He threw this small problem aside and did not have time to care about it. More importantly, he was almost out of the place where the energy burst out, and in 5 seconds at most, he would be exposed to the scene of the battle. There was obviously a problem with the origin energy pulling him here, and he could not figure it out for a while. There must be one side in the scene that would become the tour guide, but he could not tell which side it was. He quickly yelled in his soul, "Which side?" "The black one. The one that doesn't look like a good guy. That one." Hit him. Hit the Motherf Asterisker. Their opinions were unusually united, and Yun Nuashing did not intend to hesitate after hearing this. His soul merged with the little angel, and his body turned silver white in less than a second. Magic circles that had already accumulated energy to blast through the void were waiting for the opportunity to move. And with the help of the origin energy, he leaped out of the explosion of light. "Give me the pull of all things." Min could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. Why is it still the same move? Chapter 1557. There were 2 groups of people fighting in the starry sky. One of them looked like a proper life form of order from the front. They were righteous, brave, and fearless. They all had the body shape of a human. They did not have crooked mouths, slanted faces, or any other strange growth limbs. They looked like normal humans. As for the other side, they were wrapped in black cloaks. They did not look too different from humans in terms of appearance. The only way to find the difference was from the aura and energy they exuded. Damn it, there were 12, 8 million non-order life forms. Just their aura and the degree of non-order was almost comparable to the primogenitor of the distorted race. Oh, right, those 8 big guys are still working at the Void front lines. When the leader in white heard this, his face turned gloomy and perplexed. In such a tense battle, it was really a headache for him to hear such words that he had no idea what the other side was up to, especially when he had to passively waste a part of his brain power to think about it. That was even more ridiculous. Shaking his head, he tossed the words that he had just shouted out in that strange language to the back of his mind. The leader used a furious blow to push back a few enemies that were closing in on him. He then turned around and shouted to his own people, "Maintain the defensive formation." The combat team was on guard against the enemies that were charging through the barrier. "Hold on a little longer. Our reinforcements will be here soon." Several of the black-cloaked figures who were repelled by him sprayed out black, mist-like energy from behind them to stop their figures from flying backward. They tilted their heads and exchanged glances with the others. In an instant, they waved the weapons in their hands and swarmed forward, all of them attacking the leader. TSK, annoying trash. The leader of the pale white side glared at the enemies charging at him. After hesitating for a moment, he still chose to retreat. Those few sneak attacks instantly struck the energy barrier that suddenly appeared in front of him. The members of the combat team behind him flickered and blasted the energy that they had been accumulating for a long time at the enemy's face. The powerful energy blasted all of the enemies into the starry sky. A dazzling ball of energy appeared in the distant starry sky and rapidly expanded. The leader looked at the panting faces of the combat team with a ferocious expression. This kind of attack could not be used continuously, with such a huge difference in numbers. If it was not for the enemy being afraid of the power that erupted when they were dying, the battle would have ended long ago. He also understood the enemy's intention. If he made good use of this point, he might be able to take away a few people today. The black-cloaked figures who were attacking from other directions poured their fierce attacks on the energy barrier. Layers of ripples immediately appeared on the barrier where the attacks were concentrated. The leader was mobilizing his people to go forward to defend when suddenly a huge amount of energy surged out from behind him. A power that was enough to penetrate the barrier in one blow suddenly appeared, all of them rushing toward him, ready to break this weak point in one blow. This made his heart tremble. For a moment, he instinctively reacted by gathering all of his energy to support the energy barrier. Several black-cloaked figures, wrapped in a huge amount of energy, appeared from the light of the energy explosion. Just as the black-cloaked figures were about to press on the energy barrier with the shining black energy in their hands, they suddenly disappeared. Hit me with 10,000 mammoths attraction. 10,000 mammoths attraction void. Chaos falling stars. The fierce roar resounded throughout this star field. A dark red energy suddenly lit up with a dazzling light from the side. The next moment, all of the energy in this star field surged toward the place where the light burst out as if it was being devoured by a black hole. Then a huge energy nova suddenly erupted, pressing half of the black-cloaked figures into the explosion of energy. The two sides who were fiercely fighting were stunned by this scene at the same time. Just as they turned their heads and did not have time to react, the dark red energy nova suddenly collapsed. It was as if the void had collapsed and a destructive energy shock wave swept over from afar. The shock wave, with the endless destructive power of the shock wave, pressed the people on both sides to the ground. The difference was that the black-cloaked figures disappeared with a somersault, while the pale white group was blown to the ground by a gust of wind. The leader crossed his arms before him. The energy was not targeted at them, so it was not very harmful to them. However, just the shock waves of the energy were enough to knock them over. He was forced to use all of his remaining energy to defend himself. As he defended himself, he stared at the shocking light from the dark red energy. This energy is the third party who had suddenly appeared to interfere with the battle had immediately broken up the stalemate. The black-cloaked figures had all been thrown far away by the shock waves of the energy nova. There were a large number of casualties, but not all of them had died. Their opponent was at the peak of reciprocity just like them, so it was impossible for them to die so easily. The leader of the black-cloaked figures calmed down very quickly from the chaos. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yun Nuoshing under the shadow of his cloak. His gaze was rather surprised and doubtful. He could sense a bad feeling from the person who had suddenly appeared. After weighing the pros and cons, he waved his hand and actually wanted to leave with his people. The pale-faced leader's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He yelled at Yun Nuoshing, who had appeared out of nowhere, "Friend, stop them. You can't let them leave." Yun Nuoshing was stunned by the deafening yell. He didn't really understand. What kind of language was this guy speaking? He was shocked. There was actually a language in the void that he did not understand. What is this guy saying? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and mumbled. However, he soon discovered that the black-cloaked figures were about to flee. He could not help but grin. You have to remove the roots when you're cutting weeds. Who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause if they leave? This thought flashed through his mind, and his figure flashed away as well. What, you want to leave? A voice that sounded like a cat toying with a mouse rang out in the minds of the black-cloaked figures and the others. The surrounding space was suddenly sealed by a complex energy that was difficult to decipher. A figure flashed out right in front of them. It was the unknown person who had caused them to feel lingering fear. However, what confused them was, what did this guy just say? The leader of the black-cloaked figures stared at Yun Nuoshing. As if he knew that it would not be easy to leave this time, he immediately waved his hand and led everyone to swarm forward. They surrounded Yun Nuoshing from all directions. The energy that was not of order was so powerful that Yun Nuoshing found it rather ridiculous. It caused the space and the void to tremble. Buzz. The netherworld ruins, sword that appeared out of thin air, was brimming with energy. Yun Nuoshing grabbed it in his hand and swept it forward fiercely. A wave of energy appeared out of thin air and slammed into the group of black-cloaked figures, interrupting their charge and breaking up their formation. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the leader like a ghost. He punched the leader in the face and sent his upper body flying backward into the void. 1,000-meter-long spatial rift appeared in the starry sky. The void and void energy along the way exploded, and the energy was in a mess. His fleeting figure disappeared once again. Yun Nuoshing rushed in front of the leader, clenched his hand into a claw, and pressed it toward the leader's head. If this claw landed directly, a dazzling scene of energy would bloom on the spot. However, the black-cloaked figures seemed to know what Yun Nuoshing was planning to do. After breaking free from the wave, they all rushed toward their leader. When they were about 1,000 feet away, Yun Nuoshing appeared. Yun Nuoshing was a little stunned when he saw this predictive action. When he reacted, he grabbed the netherworld ruins, sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the void in front of him. Silver-white energy madly gathered around him, and then suddenly exploded. Scram! A ring of silver-white energy suddenly exploded from Yun Nuoshing's body. An unprecedented amount of order energy swept out like a void storm, and the dense origin energy instantly bombarded all the black-cloaked figures. They didn't even have time to be surprised before they were directly pressed into the void. The abnormal non-order energy on their bodies was almost annihilated by the dense origin energy of order. A few of them didn't even have time to activate their instinctive defenses before they turned into a rain of energy in the starry sky and dissipated into the origin energy storm. It wasn't easy for the black-cloaked leader to retrieve his upper body from the void, but before he could see what the real world looked like, he was pressed into the void by a violent energy that seemed to annihilate the void. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the energy in his body dissipated. His divine soul was severely injured. After being tossed into the void like a piece of trash by the power of the void origin order, the captain was tortured by the mixed power of the void for quite some time. Just as he was about to forcefully gather his energy to break free from his predicament, a fair and slender hand pierced through the void and grabbed him by the neck, pulling him out of the void and lifting him up high in the sky. The origin energy surged wildly into his body from the fair hand, causing a large number of cracks to appear on his body that was already on the verge of collapsing. Seeing that he was about to die, the leader hurriedly opened his mouth and roared in horror. His voice, however, shocked Yun Nuoshing. It was another language she had never heard before, and it seemed to be very different from the language spoken by the group of people just now. However, the defeated general could only say a few words at this time, so it didn't make much of a difference whether he listened or not. Yun Nuoshing grinned, and the origin energy in her hand surged out wildly. The excessive origin energy burst out of the black-cloaked leader's body, and when he reached the limit of what he could endure, he immediately exploded into a white light. The boundless power of order, accompanied by the origin energy, mixed with the downpour of the fallen peak Empyrean god of origin, creating a rather dazzling scene in the starry sky. The energy light rain that ignored the starry sky swirled and fell in all directions, mixed with the silver-white energy cyclones formed by the origin energy. The aura of non-order on them was completely gone. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and quickly opened a crack in the space beside him, opening a space filled with origin energy and boundless power of order and laws. He reached in and took out Frost, who had just been put in there not long ago. After carefully inspecting her, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the effect is not too great, but it's definitely not good to leave her in there for a long time. The group of people in pale white robes who had rushed over from behind only managed to make it to the end of the dazzling energy rain. When they saw the dazzling scene, they could not help but feel a little shocked. The leader quickly came in front of Yun Nuoshing and solemnly clasped his hands at him. Yun Nuoshing blinked and tilted his head. The leader was also very confused when he saw that he was completely confused. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have understood something and showed an expression of realization. He opened his mouth again and said, "Thank you again for your help, friend. I didn't expect to be able to wait for reinforcements in this godforsaken place." Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened, and his heart thumped violently. Even his breathing was a little rapid. This time, he understood word for word. The leader had changed his language. That was the language of the mythological era. The leader was also stunned when he saw that Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. Just now, he was confused because he did not understand. Now, he seemed to understand, but he was also a little confused. This made him feel a little troubled. In the past, he had never had to worry about not being able to understand a language. It did not seem right to use telepathy to communicate, so he changed his language. Do you have any questions?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned again. This time, he used the common language of all races. However, it sounded a little stiff. It seemed that the leader was not used to speaking this language. He looked at the leader in silence for a while, then slowly said, "Why do you know this language?" He used the language of Kanzaki, so the leader understood what Yun Nuashing meant. However, he did not quite understand. He scratched his head in confusion and said, "Well, I do. Is there a problem?" Without waiting for this topic to continue, he waved his hand and said, "Friend, this is not the place to talk. You seem to have some questions. We can leave this place first and talk slowly. There's no rush." Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Okay." Half a minute had passed by the time the group of people in pale clothes had finished packing up. The leader found the right direction and led the way forward. Yun Nuashing followed closely behind him. His gaze swept across them from time to time. His doubts were washed away by the waves in his mind. He was very curious about what kind of lousy thing had triggered this time. They could speak the language of the mythological era. Could it be that they were really the group of people who had survived from the mythological era? This group of people who still lived in the ruins of the war and did not completely die in the war? Ridiculous. This was the word that kept circling around in his mind. If his guess was true, then it was really outrageous. You look very confused. The leader could not help but speak at this time. He saw that Yun Nuashing's face was full of confusion and said, "May I know which side sent you to help?" "Me?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. From the only words he knew, it seemed that this sealed galaxy was complicated beyond his imagination. He shook his head and said, "I'm just passing by. I'm not sent by any side. Let's not talk about this first. The language you just spoke, is it something you were born with?" The leader scratched his head and looked puzzled. "More or less. What's wrong?" No. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. It seemed that his guess was right, but he did not know why such a strange thing would happen. Furthermore, he felt that the question just now must have been very stupid in the eyes of others. It was as stupid as catching a native of a strange planet and asking him why he could speak their language. Other than saying that he could speak it all along, did he have to start from the beginning of the world? Yun Nuashi and the group of people in his soul had serious expressions. Only the heavens knew what had happened in the depths of these war ruins. Originally, he had only guessed that this place was related to the era 11 eras ago. This guess hadn't taken root in his mind for long, and now a group of people who could speak the language of the gods had appeared to confirm his guess. This was too fast. That's right. The leader did not speak the language of the gods or the common language of all races. It was another language that he was more familiar with. It should be one of the mother tongues. Based on his understanding of the mythological era, excluding the common language of all races and the language of the gods, there was only one language left, the first divine language, also known as the first divine language. Just like the language of the gods, with a little power of the rules, one's words would follow the law. If it was really that language, Howrin did not know much about it, but he could give it a try. He could at least recite a sentence or two. Yun Nuashing coughed twice to clear his throat, and then said, "Huh? This isn't a good place." The leader was stunned for a moment and responded in the language of the gods. "Do you have something urgent to deal with here? If not, I suggest that we leave this place and return to our territory first. It's safer there. After all, we didn't expect that group of people to wander to this place. It seems that something big is going to happen soon." Yun Nuashing was speechless. God knows what I said. As there were still a lot of doubts and uncertainties, Yun Nuashing could not ask casually. He could only suppress the questions that would easily expose him and focus on the starry sky instead. He analyzed, and sorted out a lot of information. There was no fourth order. This was a starry sky of normal order. Looking Up, he could vaguely see the barrier that he had torn apart just now. It was still flashing there at this moment, and this space was actually not as small as what they had seen on the surface. Perhaps it was because they had entered a spatial layer switch, but he could feel that the size of this starry sky was no less than the size of the light orbs of the four worlds piled up together. He had not seen anything further yet, so he decided not to talk about it for the time being. Moreover, there was a very strong life aura here. Speaking of the life here, he had thought that the lost ones that had been passed down from the mythological era would be different. However, their aura and energy seemed to have changed along with the changes in the general situation of the void. They did not carry the ancient aura of that past era, and he did not sense the aura of origin energy. Although this place might be related to the mythological era, it might not necessarily be related to the heavenly god of origin and the others. This made Yun Nuoshing breathe a sigh of relief. He could accept it if it was related to the mythological era, but if it was related to the great heavenly god of origin, he had a feeling that he would die at any moment. By the way, did the barrier in the starry sky flash just now? I don't know if I was seeing things. Yun Nuoshing thought of this and planned to get some information out of the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader nodded. Since you've said so, it means that what we saw just now wasn't an illusion. There should be a little problem with the barrier that separates us from the outside world. Fortunately, the person in charge quickly fixed it. Otherwise, the power that is different from order and non-order would probably have seeped in. Yun Nuoshing made an "oh" sound. He was probably talking about fourth-rank power. Perhaps it was because of this barrier that they were not infected with the aura of fourth-rank power. At the moment, they seemed to be fine. By the way, this might also be the reason why they had been here since the war site was formed, including those enemies who possessed non-order power. Perhaps the war back then had not ended at all, and it was still going on and fighting to this day. The little angel suddenly sighed. The mythological era that has passed away. It's just that I don't know how deep we can go this time, and how much we can understand. For the Dark Age, the mythological era has disappeared too completely. It's difficult to see through it. Yun Nuoshing was silent. Disappeared completely. However, if one were to talk about the traces that belong to the mythological era, the divine realm, the underworld, the distorted tribe, and this war site, all of them had traces of that era. Although he always liked to say that the mythological era had completely disappeared, some things still existed. However, there were some things that still existed, never disappearing to the extent where they would continue to exist. Chapter 1558. Time had shackled this world with a layer of shackles. Along with its memories and existence, it was thrown into the void and sealed forever. 11 eras had passed, and this world had never changed. It shrunk alone in a corner of the void, releasing an eternal dim light in solitude, repeating the cycle of its own world destruction and rebirth. If there were no changes, perhaps no one would touch this tiny light even if time continued to flow, until an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. You came from the outside world. When Yun Nuoshing decided to tell the truth this time, it gave this group of people a fright. It was a big fright. Their reaction was so big that they almost jumped into the void. The leader was slightly calmer than the others, but only by a little. His face was still filled with unconcealable shock and astonishment. Actually, you should be able to guess it first. Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly in response. There were many topics and many things that could not be said as a life form in the same world, so he had no choice but to reveal his identity, the identity of a lost person who accidentally slipped into this world because the crack suddenly opened. Anyway, there was no one else here. He could just make up a story, and no one would be able to expose him. Initially, the leader was a little doubtful and did not believe him. But after hearing what he said, He recalled how Yun Nuoshing expressed that he did not understand at all when they first met, coupled with the fact that he kept asking questions about that language, and the fact that he muttered something that even he did not understand, he more or less believed Yun Nuoshing. Outside. How is it outside? Although he was still skeptical, the leader could not help but ask the question that everyone in this world was concerned about. The expression on his face was mixed with struggle and anticipation. They had been here for a very, very long time, so long that it was almost eternal. The world they knew, everything they knew, had already passed with time to the distant back. They were even numb and no longer looked forward to the day when they would be free. But when they heard that Yun Nuo came from the outside world, hope was ignited in them in an instant. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and was silent for a while, under the sincere and slightly crazy expectant gaze of the leader and the others. He finally said softly, "Time has passed for 11 eras. It is now the middle of the 51st era. The void that you are in has completely changed." The leader and the others were stunned. The little bit of hope that they had was completely shattered. Yun Nuoshing sighed in his heart. He thought that he would see a little sadness or despair on their faces, but they were very calm. They were so calm that they did not hear the bad news that he brought. Perhaps they already had such an answer in their hearts. Except for the moment when they were told the truth, they would not show more than that. They would not be devastated and would not forget the purpose of guarding this place for 11 eras. It has already been 11 eras. The leader murmured and continued to talk to him in the language of the mythological era. He could not help but sigh and muttered to himself, "We have guarded this world for too long. It has been so long that we have forgotten the time that we bear. In this damned place where there are only nightmares, perhaps only forgetting can we pull ourselves together again. It is as if living is just to seek the meaning of deceiving ourselves." Yun Nuoshing was silent and did not interrupt his sigh. Being alive and forgetting time was a common problem of the immortals, especially in this place where it was so dry and quiet that it made people crazy. When the mind and soul that had long been numb suddenly heard that they had already lived for 11 eras, and when they inadvertently learned that everything they knew had turned into dust and ashes along with the void and the passage of time, even the gods would fall into a temporary state of confusion and confusion in an instant. After they had calmed down a little, Yun Nuoshing slowly told them about the mythological era and the bits and pieces of information about this era. The information was trivial, but it had a wide range of implications and contained many details. The leader knew that a guy who had just appeared would not be so bored as to lie to them. Moreover, he had constructed the story so perfectly, unless he had lived in this fictional story for most of his life. Therefore, he felt that this information was not completely credible, but at least 60 to 70% of it could be confirmed. "How are the gods of origin?" the leader suddenly asked a little agitatedly, and Yun Nuoshing froze. "I can feel the presence of the gods of origin from you." "You and them," Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "Unfortunately, I'm just a tool. The realm of the gods. You should know this name very well." Seeing that they quickly nodded, Yun Nuoshing continued, "I'm just the manager of that world. As for the gods of origin and the others, Yun Nuoshing's lips trembled. He gritted his teeth and said with some difficulty, "They have already left with the passing of that era. So, is the outside world now the chaos of the void supreme?" What left Yun Nuoshing a little stunned was that they did not seem to be surprised by this outcome. They just nodded casually, as if they already knew that this would be the outcome. There was a faint sigh in the depths of their eyes, but their expressions did not become more twisted. It turned out that he was the only one who thought that this group of people would find it difficult to accept this outcome and be embarrassed for a long time. order is still order. The overall situation of the void has not been reversed. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. That era, the passing of your era, has taken away many things of the void. Many things have completely disappeared, and many things no longer exist. Even this place where you all fought has become a ruin. You all have lost 11 eras of time. There are many things that have happened in the void. I can't explain it all in a short time. Now, can you tell me about this place? It would be better if you could tell me about this world and the war that you all experienced. About this place that you all call a ruin, there is actually not much worth mentioning. This place is just a border battlefield of that war. The leader showed a look of reminiscence as he spoke. He could not help but sigh softly. Yun Nuoshing felt a chill all over his body. The war, that could make him show such a look of reminiscence. The war at the end of the mythological era. We were ordered to guard this region of the void. The main stage of that war was the center of the eightfold realm, with the realm of the gods as the center. By the way, speaking of the realm of the gods, you said that you are the manager of the realm of the gods? Yun Nuoshing nodded. In order to confirm his words, he released the power of the observer again. His body was covered in a layer of light. Everyone sensed it, and their expressions changed slightly. The leader nodded. It is indeed the presence of the realm of the gods. There is no mistake about it. But why is it so weak? Yun Nuoshing was about to explain something complicated when the leader said to himself, could it be that the realm of the gods was also affected by the tide of chaos, just like us? Tide of chaos? Yun Nuoshing was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. However, even if he knew, he might not be able to recognize what they were saying. Yes, the leader nodded and said slowly, that was a very long time ago. If there is no mistake, it should be about 10 epochs ago. The tide of chaos that swept in from the sea of void had washed away many things, including our power and their power. Everything was destroyed. Yun Nuoshing, who was deep in thought, was slightly taken aback. He turned his attention. Your power? Don't be fooled by the fact that we are only at the pinnacle of origin now. We were once people of the primeval realm. The leader crossed his arms. When he said that, his face was full of pride. His team members all nodded in agreement. Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. The party I found at the last minute is a group of primeval heavenly gods. What should I do? Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. They were indeed at the pinnacle of origin now. As for the tide of chaos, he really did not know what it was. According to the leader's words, he had a small guess. He could not help but say, after the heavenly gods of origin passed away, many things in this world and this part of the void disappeared. They were destroyed. With their departure, that era had completely come to an end. Perhaps there was something in this world and this part of the void, but they all disappeared completely with the great upheaval caused by the heavenly gods of origin. Although I don't know what the tide of chaos you are talking about is, this is the result I have been searching for all these years. Oh, it sounds quite normal. Back then, someone seemed to have said that the heavenly gods of origin and something in this part of the void were interdependent. However, they did not respond in the end. What is the great upheaval that you mentioned just now? The leader looked at Yun Nuoshing curiously. The situation now was Yun Nuoshing might not know what they knew, and what Yun Nuoshing was searching for happened to be something they did not know about. Don't you know? The great upheaval of 11 eras? Yun Nuoshing was stunned again. Seeing that they were all shaking their heads, he did not hesitate to vaguely tell them part of the great upheaval that she had caused in the void. However, he did not dare to say who she was. He only referred to her as a heavenly god of origin. Is that so? Is that so? because something unexpected happened on the battlefield where we were fighting. The void missed us and did not experience the great upheaval of chaos. The leader could not help but let out a long sigh when he heard this. Even the heavenly gods of origin and the others could not control that battle back then. That is why such a tragic scene occurred. The void upheaval, the tide of chaos, the declining void. Ha! Those damned bastards. Look at what they have done to our world. Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked, "What is the tide of chaos that you mentioned just now?" Well, if we are talking about the cause and effect, I am personally inclined to what you said just now. The leader nodded, crossing his arms. Then, as for our own senses, it was probably due to the passing of the heavenly gods of origin that the void lost something and fell into a state of decline. Some bits and pieces of the void's rules disintegrated and dissipated with that turbulence, and did not reappear when it was reassembled. As for us who were attached to the dissipated rules, we were naturally affected by the self-regulation of the void. The so-called tide of chaos is actually not a real tide, but a phenomenon. The reason it is called a tide is because it is observable and predictable when it comes, and when it leaves, it takes many things with it, which is why it is jokingly called a tide. As for chaos, it is because what we fought back then was mostly the side of chaos, which is the power that was not the side of order. The heavenly god of origin is also affected by part of the rules of the void. Yun Nuashing's face was full of disbelief. This was a little unbelievable. The heavenly god of origin had already transcended the rules of the void. So how could the heavenly god of origin be affected by it? The leader smiled and explained patiently. Transcending the void and riding above it, but as long as we do not create our own void zone and weave everything by ourselves, then we will more or less be affected by the rules of the void. Coincidentally, the matter of the heavenly god of origin is related to the rules of the void back then. Therefore, we left that level together with the decline of the void and returned to the state where we are almost completely unaffected by the void. However, as I said before, if someone chooses to create their own void zone, then he may not be affected by this. However, such people are very, very rare and can be ignored. Creating a void zone is not something that anyone can do. Yun Nuashing trembled when he heard this. He immediately thought of the underworld. The chaos tide had taken away many things in the void, including the heavenly god of origin. However, the underworld still kept a dozen or so heavenly gods of origin, and even planned to mass-produce them now. He did not believe that they were not special. However, if that was the case, how could they still ascend to the heavenly god of origin in this era? Hui and Changkong were the real heavenly gods of origin, and they definitely had just ascended to the void. Perhaps the method they chose involved rules that were still imprinted in the void, or perhaps they didn't need to use the rules of the void, just like how they opened up the void territory. However, the difficulty of these methods is quite high. Basically, no one in our era would use this method. To us, it's like self-torture, and it wouldn't be particularly different because of this. It's not easy to climb up to this realm, so why do you need to do something so strenuous and unrewarding, right? The leader explained and gave a very realistic answer. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. As for after the tide of chaos, the leader was silent for a while. He wanted to enter a state of recollection, but he frowned with an uncomfortable expression. According to what you said, with the passing of our era, many things disappeared together with it. It's not as simple as our realms. There are many things that should be engraved in our minds disappeared together with it. I can't even remember the name of any of the heavenly gods of origin, but I feel that I should know. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. No matter how much we talk about it, we can't recall those things. Perhaps many things should have disappeared with the void. Then let's not disturb those memories that are not allowed to stay. The leader suddenly waved his hand to end his contemplation. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and said, "Let's continue talking about this space. The enemies that we were stationed here to deal with were the ones you just killed. Now, I don't even know why they exist and why they still exist. I only know that the only thing we need to do is to kill them all. The war back then has never ended. It is still going on in this battlefield. What are those enemies?" As soon as Yun Nuoshing asked this question, he slapped himself on the forehead. He had already forgotten what he had just said. "Indeed, I have forgotten." The leader looked at Yun Nuoshing helplessly. "At this moment, we only know that they are beings of the chaos plane that have non-order power. As for where they came from, to be honest, we have been struggling to hold on for the past 11 eras. We have never really defeated the enemy. We only know that they may have come from a spatial rift. As for what is behind the rift, we have no idea. Indeed, it is very bad." Yun Nuoshing heard that and let out a long sigh. "It is as bad as the war back then. It is as bad as the current world of order." The last sentence was said to herself. It was so soft that they did not hear it. Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh. Just as they had guessed, there were very few things that they could know. The tide of chaos had destroyed many things related to that era. Even if that era had not been completely destroyed, it would not have exposed all the remaining traces in front of them. Speaking of which, he actually wanted to find the way to ascend to the realm of Yuanshi. But now, it seemed that the difficulty was still the same. The road ahead was vast. It was still unrealistic to obtain information related to that realm from a group of descendants of the gods. It was better to explore by himself. Perhaps one day he would find the way out. The conversation ended. Both sides had heavy hearts. Yun Nuoshing sighed more than the others. The leader and the others were not so bad. The battle in the past 11 eras had given them a lot of guesses about the current situation. Even if they were to be proven right now, they would not explode and die on the spot. At most, they would just sigh softly and turn around to dive into the eternal battle that belonged to them. The aura of order and non-order drifted in the stars, including the rotten aura that appeared when the two clashed. The three of them almost coexisted. Moreover, they filled the area that they were in at the moment. As for the other side of the spatial rift that the leader mentioned, that must be the base camp of the non-order forces. Chaos would reach the supreme realm of domination, and it would be difficult for order to survive. Fortunately, the range of order in this galaxy was still very large. As long as they did not wander around, it was not easy to encounter the non-order forces that were also wandering outside. Speaking of those non-order forces, Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. When the little angel heard him muttering to himself, she quietly replied, "Don't you think that the aura of those people that you just killed is a little similar to the aura of the annihilation energy? However, it is a completely different kind of energy. Both of them are powers that belong to the pinnacle of the non-order plane." Now that you mention it, it is indeed very similar. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. However, he glanced at the leader and shook his head. It was not time yet. It might not be good to show it now. It is not the power of divine destruction either. It is pure non-order power. Compared to the distortion, the divine shadow clan, it does not seem to be particularly compatible. It is probably another type of non-order power. Say, how many types of non-order power do you think there are? Yun Nuoshing replied, "Theoretically speaking, it is the same as non-order and order. Order can have as many types of power as non-order can have. Both of them are basically infinite. However, most of the life forms, including us, spend 99% of our time in the void of order. We rarely come into contact with the void of chaos. That is why we do not know much about the non-order power. If that is the case, the little angel suddenly thought of something. Could it be that those black-robed people are the same as the Divine Shadow Clan? They are all life forms that are affected by the non-order power? Ha! If the Divine Shadow Clan is affected by the power of that demonic shadow, its position in the non-order plane is quite high. It is probably comparable to the annihilation energy that killed them all those years ago. If your guess is correct, we might come into contact with a third power that stands at the pinnacle of the non-order plane. It is quite dangerous. Yun Nuoshing's expression became serious as he spoke. This was actually one of the possibilities. The other possibility was that the black-robed people were non-order life forms. However, theoretically speaking, there should not be so many of them. Either there was a mutation, or this idea was wrong. The two of them went back and forth for a period of time. They were skeptical of the conclusions that they came up with. In the end, they did not seem to have figured out anything. After a while, they felt a slight change in the space. They looked up and saw the blurry shadows of some buildings in the distance. It seemed that they had arrived at the campsite of this group of people. The non-order presence was effectively controlled here. Yun Nuoshing looked at the buildings that were getting closer and closer. He was still deep in thought. He could not help but murmur in his heart, "This space, no, the mythological era. It was just a trace of that era." There were still many things that he could not see through. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the war ruins. He thought of the fragments that were said to be in the deepest part of the ruins. He could not help but gulp. He felt that things were getting out of control again. Chapter 1559. Hope, an illusory thing, would fade and dissipate bit by bit over a long period of time. In the end, it would turn into numbness. Fighting on this forgotten battlefield, numbly numb oneself. The day when the war would end would probably never come, but one could repeatedly comfort oneself that perhaps not much time had passed. Perhaps one day everything would end, the void would return to normal, and one could return to the life that one was familiar with. Even if the world that one knew was devastated and only scorched earth was left, at least one could still be alive. One could still clean up the broken world with one's own hands and make it glow with new vitality with one's own hands. Then, in the distant future, one could cultivate, chat, and fart in one's own world as before. After 11 eras, this simple extravagant hope had faded and become the last pillar buried in the bottom of one's heart. Facts had proven that even the primeval god would feel agitated and anxious in the face of this almost eternal war. Perhaps he had a mental breakdown, or perhaps he had gone crazy from boredom. But in the end, all of them turned into numbness, treating all the chaos in front of them as a lifetime that he had devoted all his efforts to. Yun Nuoshing clearly felt that after he arrived, a faint color called hope emerged in the hearts of the people. But it was very faint, the kind that was suppressed in the bottom of their hearts and would not be exposed casually. Perhaps, other than the color in the bottom of their hearts, they would no longer have any so-called hope. Yet, there was a little bit of hope in them. This feeling, to be honest, it was a bit terrible, being the hope of others. Actually, it was a very stressful thing. It was not as beautiful as it sounded as the biggest bully in the void. He could still cope with it when he broke into other worlds and inexplicably became the hope of others. But here, well, he did not think that they would think that way. After all, they were the primeval gods group. They were a group of old monsters who had walked on the road and fought more battles than he had eaten. This was not counting the dozens of eras that he had lived in. If he really counted them, perhaps no one in the great Yuan realm had lived longer than him. Why did he have to think about such a stupid thing? The huge temple had an even larger internal space that did not match its size. This was the most important temple among a group of buildings that he had seen from afar. At this moment, he was walking quickly along the very long corridor. Beside him was Jingyun, the leader just now, although he did not know why Jingyun had brought him here. This is the Origin Shrine. From the name, you should be able to make some connections. This thing was left behind by them. Jingyun pointed at the huge shrine and said to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing stopped breathing and her expression froze. There was no need to think about it at all. In the entire Great Yuan realm, in the entire Eight Elements realm, there was no one who dared to use the word origin as the name of a certain place or building. It could only be left behind by the most mysterious guy in the Great Yuan realm. However, it was a little regrettable that he did not feel any aura that belonged to them from the Origin Shrine. At that time, he could still feel their aura in the illusion that he had bumped into in the world of Origin. It was the kind of aura that belonged to the Origin, the Great Yuan realm. Perhaps this Origin Shrine was not as powerful as he had thought. Sure enough, Jingyun's words confirmed his thoughts. In fact, these are the node-like buildings that the Origin Heavenly God and the others had set up in various parts of the void. The power of the world of order can set up a camp with these nodes as the center. However, with the passing of the wave of chaos, it has also lost the power that belonged to the Origin Heavenly God. It is a little regrettable. In the past, when that power was still around, the power of chaos of this level would be cut down like a dog just by entering this world, let alone getting close to it. Yun Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly. He did not feel that the exaggeration was strange at all. After all, it was the power of the Origin Heavenly God. Even if it was just an order node that was set up all over the void, it was certainly not something that could be stopped by the ordinary power of chaos. In his opinion, if it was not a power of the same level as the demonic shadow or the annihilation energy, it should be impossible to crush the defensive power set up by any of the nodes. As for that kind of scene, it was definitely impossible to see. The only thing he could recall was the illusion that he had seen in the world of Origin, which was actually more shocking than any other scene. After walking through a long corridor, Jingyun led them to a very large hall. It was a huge circular hall, and the space itself was especially huge. However, other than the two walls where the floor and the door were, there were some huge, unknown things that stretched out from the other four walls. They were twisting and turning in the space like some kind of special structure. And these huge structures just happened to occupy nearly half of the space in the hall. Those abstract structures were dazzling. They were flowing with a huge amount of energy, and dazzling light kept flowing inside the structures, indicating that there was a huge amount of energy flowing through the place where the light was flowing. The light flowed in the structure, projecting light and shadow on the walls of the hall. As the light flowed, the light and shadow kept moving, but there was one place that was constantly under the illumination of the energy light and shadow. In the middle of the hall, where the structure on the four walls pointed to, there was a huge black stone platform that was about 10 feet in size. The circular stone platform shrank level by level in the pattern of a staircase, and the difference between each level was only a little more than a foot. It was about 6 or 7 meters tall, and at the top was a black pillar that was much slimmer than the stone platform, and above the pillar was a square. Where is this? Yun Nuoshing scanned the hall, her gaze lingering on the black stone platform. After a long time, she turned her gaze to Jingyun, waiting for him to explain. This is the central area of the Temple of Origin, and also the place where the temple carries the energy. As you can see, there is still a huge amount of energy flowing in the hall, but it has completely stopped moving, and there is no longer any movement. Jingyun sighed and raised his finger to point at the square at the top of the black stone platform. I came to let you see that. You are the manager of the God realm, and you also have a part of the origin heavenly God's power. So this thing is most suitable for you to handle. What is that? Yun Nuoshing stared at the square for a long time, but she could not see anything, and her face was blank. According to what Jingyun said, that square was very likely to be, as I said just now, that is the power that the origin heavenly God left behind in the Temple of Origin. Jingyun said softly, and could not help but sigh. In the past, we still had a way to activate it to fight against the enemy, but now we don't have any. Probably no one in the void can activate this power, and the other side should be connected to the origin heavenly God and the others, but you should be able to give it a try. Come on. Jingyun waved her hand and walked towards the stone platform, and Yun Nuoshing followed a second later. His eyes were still scanning the hall. He did not feel a trace of the origin energy, but it was releasing a faint tremor in his body, as if it was because of this hall. This place felt familiar to them, and perhaps they had existed here before, but had dissipated with time. Jingyun fiddled with the stone platform for a while, and after a series of dazzling movements, the stone platform suddenly flickered, and then mysterious runes that Yun Nuoshing could not understand emerged from the surface of the stone platform. They were evenly arranged on each layer of the stone platform, and the colorful light illuminated the black stone platform, which looked a little dazzling. The palm-sized black square at the top of the stone platform suddenly rotated on its own, and 3 dim energy halos appeared, slowly and continuously revolving around the square. Yun Nuoshing walked to the top of the stone platform with Jingyun and looked at the square on the stone platform in front of them at a close distance. Her expression trembled slightly, and she suddenly let out a little scream and took half a step back. "What's wrong with you?" Jingyun hurriedly turned around when she heard the voice, and saw Yun Nuoshing's slightly shocked and serious expression, as if she had seen something and was startled. She could not help but feel a little happy. "It's probably resonating with a part of your power. Although I don't know what you saw, there's no need to worry." Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a moment, and suddenly swept her gaze to the other parts of the hall. Seeing that Jingyun did not move at all, she could not help but raise a finger in the air. "What are those?" Jingyun tilted her head and looked in the direction that he was pointing, and what she saw was an abstract creation of laws. "Oh, that's the creation of laws that is specially used in this hall. It's used to store the power of the origin heavenly God and the others. Although there's still power flowing inside, it can't be released at all." He did not finish his sentence, because he saw Yun Nuoshing vigorously shaking her head, and could not help but be stunned. She heard him say, "I'm talking about those things that are floating around in the air. They're darting around between the creation of laws and, like wandering souls." Jingyun was dumbfounded. "Although I expected that you would see something. What did you see?" "I can't see those things at all. You can study them yourself." "Ha!" Yun Nuoshing replied hesitantly, scratching his head. In his line of sight, mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the entire hall's walls, and on the surface of the creation of laws that protruded out of the walls. There was a weak origin energy flowing in them, and in addition to these things, there were also some white, transparent spheres about a foot in diameter floating in the hall. Inside each of these spheres, there was a rune that was similar to the runes engraved on the walls. Moreover, there were many types of them, and they contained a considerable amount of energy. They floated around the entire hall and did not seem to have a consciousness. However, he felt that they were watching the only 2 people in the hall. No, it felt more like they were watching him, and it made his hair stand on end. However, Jingyun said that he could not see anything, and it made him feel like he was in a ghost story. And if these things related to the origin heavenly God were related to him, TSK, he felt that the ball of light in his heart was flickering very quickly, Come over and take a look." Yun beckoned Yun Nuashing from the front. He stared at the cube and sighed. "This hall is the core of the Origin Temple, and this cube is actually something like a trump card. Due to the influence of the chaos tide, it is difficult for the two to recover from their chaotic state. No, it looks like they have recovered, but for some reason, the two are affecting each other at this moment. So I want you to touch it. If you can take this cube away, the defensive core of this hall will be functional again, and it will be easier for us to fight those guys." Yun could not help but feel strange when he did not see Yun Nuashing as he spoke. He turned around and asked, what are you doing?" He saw Yun Nuashing staring at the sky as if he was having a seizure. He took 2 steps forward and trembled, then silently took 2 steps back and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he trembled forward, then relaxed backward, then forward. He did not know why he was jumping there repeatedly. It seemed that he was fighting the air with his wits and courage. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "Listen to me. It is not that I want to jump here repeatedly, but they, as he spoke, he took 2 steps towards Yun. Then, there might be more than 10,000 transparent balls of light in the room, all trembled and rushed towards them. When he took 2 steps closer, he was so scared that he quickly retreated. Then, the group of light balls also took 2 steps back. They are following me. As long as I move forward, they will come over, and as long as I retreat, they will retreat. I am scared." In the spiritual world, Jing Yuanji and the others were all speechless. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. A guy who could fight against the heavenly god of primordial beginning was actually scared in the face of a group of light balls of unknown origin. Well, they all knew that the light balls must have something to do with the heavenly god of origin, and it just so happened that this guy had an inexplicable fear of the heavenly god of origin. Probably because he was too deeply involved with the heavenly god of destruction, the little angel had a deep feeling. If it was only related to the mythological era, it would be fine, but once it was related to the heavenly god of origin, this guy began to follow his heart. Seeing this, Jing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. The things set up by the heavenly god of origin and the others. What are you afraid of? The heavenly god of origin will not harm the life of the order. Yun Nuashing wanted to curse. He had been tortured by the heavenly god of origin and the others many times, and every time he was not scared but not in danger. Although he was scared but not in danger in the end, he did not want to experience the feeling of being scared. Logically speaking, he should not have gone to that place back then. Then, he would not have been in such a situation. It's okay. Jing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and comforted him. Don't worry, there really won't be a problem. I dare to guarantee it with my divinity. What if your divinity collapses? Yun Nuashing's words were stuck in his throat, and he could not say it out loud. His face turned red, and he paced back and forth for a while. Then he took a deep breath and summoned the greatest courage in his life. Then he placed Frost in his arms in the space just now and carefully approached the stone platform. Then the group of floating light balls also approached him little by little. Both sides moved in unison, trembling with every step. Jing Yun looked at Yun Nuashing's cautious and almost stumbling steps with a strange expression on her face. She wanted to laugh, but felt that it was inappropriate. Maybe it was because she really could not see anything, so she could not understand why Yun Nuashing was so careful and funny. Although she could not see, she observed the expression on his face. Judging from his increasingly frightened and his footsteps getting lighter and lighter, as if he could not wait to turn around and run away, the light balls should be on his face soon. Yun Nuashing stood firmly 3 meters away from the light balls. He could already see that the light balls were 3 meters away from him. Originally, the light balls were very scattered in the hall, so he did not feel that there were too many of them. But now, they were all piled up together. It looked like he had broken into an ant's nest and saw densely packed ant eggs squeezed together. Moreover, these eggs were all round and were more than a foot long, which made him feel inexplicably horrified. Looking at the last 3 meters, Yun Nuoshing swallowed hard. Suddenly, he let out a loud cry, which scared Jing Yun. Then, he rushed forward like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain. The floating light balls all shook and rushed toward Yun Nuoshing with a bang. "I don't care. I'll run after I touch it. I don't believe that I can't run out of here," Yun Nuoshing shouted loudly. He did not even look at the cube as he grabbed it. It was burning hot in his palm. Then he stomped his foot on the ground and turned his body 180 degrees in an instant. He exerted force in his ankle and was about to rush directly toward the door when the light balls surging from behind all collided into his vision. It reminded him of a terrible thing. He was surrounded from all sides. Boom! After a short and hurried roar, Jing Yun felt a wave of energy rush towards him, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes with a face full of question marks. He saw Yun Nuoshing's entire body lying straight on the ground, his hands stretched out with his face facing down. It was a perfect posture of falling, and he was stunned to see it. Buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound of energy in the hall stole his attention. Jing Yun noticed that many energy runes had appeared on the walls of the hall. Those runes broke free from the restraints of the walls and floated in the air. A powerful energy was gradually awakening from its slumber. Jing Yun could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. The protection of this temple had reappeared. Good Lord, he really did it, as expected of the manager of the realm of the gods. Speaking of which, was there such a thing back then? Jing Yun scratched his head in puzzlement. He looked at the energy runes that had been reactivated and floated in the space of the hall. He crouched down and carried Yun Nuoshing on his shoulders as he walked out of the hall. Let's go. A guy who is protected by the gods of origin. What an enviable guy. Back then, there were so many people who wanted to see them, but could not. You, on the other hand, were protected by them directly. Jing Yun knew that there was something wrong with Yun Nuoshing when they first met. After confirming that he was related to the realm of the gods, Jing Yun knew everything. To be honest, he even suspected that this guy was taken care of by the gods of origin since he was young. Perhaps he was the son of one of the gods of origin or something. He must have grown up with them, since he was young. Otherwise, he could not explain why he had more than 100 runes. Jing Yun closed the door of the hall. He could feel the surging energy behind him. Then he looked outside again. Suddenly, a majestic and incomparably sacred energy surged out of the huge building complex. Although it could not be compared to 11 eras ago, the light and power it released were still recognized by countless people in the building complex. Everyone rushed out of the building and found the source of the energy explosion. There was a hint of shock in their eyes, along with unconcealable ecstasy and excitement. That energy was so dazzling and beautiful that they could not help but want to worship it. The power of the gods of origin. Nodes! Nodes! The Temple of Origin is functioning again. This damned war is over. Jing Yun could not help but smile when he heard the loud screams. The defense line, with the help of the Temple of Origin, was what their defense line should be like back then. If the war ended like this, it would definitely be this guy's credit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. At percent, at asterisk, dollar. However, this hero seemed to be unconscious now. He did not know what he saw, but he was now talking nonsense. Jing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. He found a room in the Temple of Origin and settled him down. Next, he would discuss with his old buddies on the other side how to end the war. In the empty gray space, Yun Nuoshing walked in a trance in the space where he could not see the sky and the earth. It was as if he was walking in the clouds, as if he was wrapped in a layer of clouds, and kept walking. At a certain moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes wide with trembling. What entered his eyes was a gray mist, and he could not find his direction. He did not know where he was, and it made him suddenly think of the time when he was sprinkled with her blood and entered that dream. A little fear appeared in his heart, and then he fell silent again. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Girl, little you, Blue Phoenix, Yuanji. Here. What happened? What happened? Is the sky falling and the earth sinking? Little star, Lord Feng, I'm here." The voices of the four girls echoed in his mind in an instant. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. "No, I'm just calling you. What did you see? A foggy space. I don't know where I am. I just closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I was here." Hearing Jing Yuanji's response, Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips. It seemed that his soul or consciousness had entered this space together with him, a space related to the gods of origin. Min and the others were also here. However, they had no experience at all and were a little uneasy. Yun Nuoshing said a few words to calm them down. Then he looked at the space and took a deep breath. Then, according to the old rules, he turned around and walked in a random direction. Anyway, let's just go down first. Chapter 1560. In the misty space, he could not feel the existence of space itself, time, order, and rules. It was as if he had been exiled to a corner of the void and nothingness. He could not see or find anything. There was only loneliness and absurdity in his eyes. Walking in this world, he did not feel like he was stepping on solid ground. He was still breathing, but what he inhaled and exhaled did not feel like air. It was some kind of he could not tell what kind of energy it was. Boom, 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 boom. The reason why he felt like he was wrapped in a huge layer of clouds and mist was that he could hear such muffled sounds of thunder coming from afar from time to time. The rumbling sounds came from afar, but he could not see any light of energy release at the end of his vision. He could not feel any movement of energy turbulence. It seemed that there was only sound, and there was no transmission of energy. His palm gently waved across the space in front of him, dispersing a wisp of clouds, revealing more clouds behind him. He could not see the end, nor could he see anything else. Yun Nuoshing stared at the space outside of the clouds that he did not know if it existed or not. However, no matter how far his gaze moved, he could still only see this misty world. If there was a limit, then the area he saw just now was at least as large as a galaxy. What the hell is in this place? It's so misty everywhere. Where is the road? Yuan Kong couldn't help but yell in his soul. Min and the others, who were sitting cross-legged at the side, opened their eyes and looked outside. It was still the same scene, and they couldn't help but sigh. They had been wandering around in this damned place for 6 hours, and there really wasn't any change at all. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment. He hugged Frost tighter in his arms and said, "Be patient. The things left by the god of origin are all like this. I have seen them more than once, especially these things that were not deliberately left behind. They are probably not deliberately left behind, and they are even harder to find. I don't even know if they left something here." Hearing this, the little angel said that Jingyun could not see them before. It means that they did not know about the existence of those light balls. The cube and the light balls may have other uses. They were not left for them, but for you or someone like you who has inherited their power. Yun Nuoshing was stunned by her words. If it were not for the last sentence that caught his attention, he might have gone crazy by now. Damn. The last thing he wanted to get involved in was the matter of the god of origin. He was just an insignificant observer. If he got involved in the game of the god of origin, he would not even know how he died. Well, sometimes there were things that he had no choice in. Just like now. He had stressed it 10,000 times, but he still fell into the trap left behind by the god of origin. Now his heart and soul were hanging in the air by the rope. They were neither up nor down, and he felt uneasy all over. It was useless to talk about this now. The only thing he could do was to find a way out quickly. The power of his god's soul surged rapidly in this space, spreading rapidly to the distance. As his god's soul surged unscrupulously, he heard a vigorous tremor of energy. It was the sound of the muffled thunder, just now. But when he tried to find the source of the sound, he could only receive more echoes. Before it could spread further, the rolling thunder had already run over him. But he still found the general direction. It was a little far, very far away. Big idiot, what are you looking for? Aren't you looking for the exit? Yuan Kong asked anxiously when he saw Howren lifting his foot and walking into the distance again. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said, "This space, it is impossible to get out directly. I thought it was just my soul that came in, but after I took Frost out of that space, I realized that this is another specious space. I thought it was my soul, but in fact, it may not be so. Otherwise, I would not have come into contact with the space that should only exist outside. The grace left behind by the heavenly god of origin is always used to torment people. I've been tormented over and over again, for who knows how many times. I keep feeling that my entire body is branded and toyed with TSK. Why am I saying all this? Everyone was speechless. God knows what you were thinking, just now. How could you say such a creepy line? Ahem. Yun Nuoshing felt a series of strange emotions coming from his soul. He coughed softly and said, "In short, the only thing we can do now is to find the source of this space, find the reason and meaning of this space's existence. Only then can we find the way out. If we can't find the way out, we will be trapped here forever, just like the last time when I was splashed with blood." Yun Nuoshing heaved a long sigh of relief. He moved a little and walked in a direction. Just after he took 2 steps, the rolling thunder came from afar, splashing echoes in the clouds, and then sweeping the space behind him. It was the thunder that he heard just now. It took a long time to reach here, so he did not know how far it was. He wasn't sure if he would discover anything when he found the origin of the thunderous roar, but he didn't have any other choice. He could only take things one step at a time. As for the matter of the heavenly god of origin, he would just be a test subject and a recipient. There was no need for him to dream of being a controller. He was no longer entering the space created by the god of origin's power. Yun Nuoshing was very patient. He walked slowly and slowly into the distance, not feeling nervous at all. But this time, it was a little strange. He accidentally came to a secret realm that had gone out of control in the void frontline. He accidentally came to a war site, went deeper and deeper, and came into contact with these things. It was unexpected. It was a little coincidental, a little deliberate. He did not think that there was anyone behind all this, but it was too simple to string all these things together. It was difficult for him not to think in the wrong direction. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. His eyes narrowed for a moment, and then he took a deep breath. The colors on his body quickly faded, replaced by a white that was so pure that it was almost transparent. He withdrew all his energy, leaving only the power of the observer of the divine realm. His body was filled with white color, and if it was not for the faint light, he would have melded with this space. It was a state of energy resonance that he rarely used, By releasing the essence of a certain power, he would turn himself into a stable source of energy that released energy to his surroundings. He would try to connect with all things in the world, trying to feel the feeling of becoming one. At the same time, it would allow him to better observe anything he came into contact with. It was not just his senses, even his perspective would change. For example, right now, well, it was still foggy, and there was not even the slightest energy reaction. Hey, that's strange. There are times when the state of energy resonance fails. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. In this state, he had even fused with the undamaged Book of Epics. Generally speaking, there would not be a situation where he could not understand, sense, or analyze it. Now, it seemed that he could not deal with things that involved the heavenly god of origins in the usual way. However, he could still feel the existence of some things. For example, right now, he felt that something was slowly entering his soul as he walked in this foggy space. Instantly, he broke out in cold sweat. That feeling was very, very vague, like being bitten by a mosquito on the back. He could not feel anything until it was over. If he had not entered the state of energy resonance, he would not have realized that part of this foggy space had condensed into a whirlpool, and the other end of the whirlpool had directly entered his soul. Something was flowing into this foggy space, but he did not feel anything at all. Even though he was watching himself being beaten, he did not feel anything. Girl, is there any abnormal change in my soul? Yun Nuashing hurriedly looked for the little angel who was inextricably entangled with his soul. Sometimes she could sense the changes in his soul more clearly than he could. However, this time, the little angel simply shook her head, and because their souls were connected, she knew what he was thinking. No, there are no changes, and I can't find where this gray fog has gone into my soul. I feel like I'm going to die. What should I do? The little angel did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, her expression gradually changed. She pondered for a while, and with a very, very serious expression, she said word by word, "I'll accompany you no matter what." Yun Nuashing's pretty face blushed. Ahem, ahem. Putting aside the confession that the little angel suddenly slapped on his face, Yun Nuashing carefully checked his soul. For a while, after making sure that there seemed to be no effect, he decided not to care about this matter anymore. He sped up and walked forward. After a while, he felt a slight change in his surroundings. The rolling speed of the clouds and mist increased, as if he had entered an area swept by a strong wind. He could see that the thing that poured into his soul was flowing faster. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. Also, he felt that the speed of the clouds and mist slapping on his face had increased. Just these 2 points. Vaguely, he could hear the murmurs of something. It seemed like someone was whispering in his ear. It was a very small sentence that he could not hear clearly. There was no way to tell what was being said. It seemed to be some kind of meaningless syllables that were pieced together to form sentences. However, as he listened, his brain seemed to automatically organize them into plausible sentences. After some processing by his own imagination, the meaningless murmurs seemed to have a real meaning, but it was still difficult to tell what was being said. The original divine language. Yun Nuashing frowned. He felt a little troubled. The language of the mythological era was still manageable, but now that the original divine language had appeared, how could he distinguish the meaning of these words? Anyway, let's write it down first. Girl, you and I each write down a copy. The little angel nodded. She imprinted the long and fragmented voice in the memory fragments and stored them separately. This was the experience that they had when they encountered the origin nonsense, the name that they had just given it. Occasionally, when they encountered this kind of thing, there would be some deviation in their memories. What should have been a pure and clean memory fragment would become mottled with something mixed in. It was probably because the origin nonsense itself contained some residual power of order and rules, so there would be some deviation in their memories afterward. So what was that voice saying? After trying hard to distinguish for a while, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and gave up. Let's not talk about the fragmented voice that did not have much practical meaning. He did not understand the original divine language in the first place, so why should he put on a constipated look here? He felt that he could distinguish it clearly, so he quickly came back to his senses and walked forward. In the foggy ocean, where the clouds and clouds were surging, he walked forward in a slightly pleasant but not relaxed mood. The talent that was branded deep in his bones was not activated. He even became a little nervous as he walked forward. He put on an optimistic attitude and looked at the sea of clouds and clouds that were surging faster around him. His mood, which was barely pleasant, gradually became a little solemn. Moreover, he had completely lost his sense of the outside world. Even though he knew that he was in a rather dangerous place and was surrounded by fourth ranks, it was difficult for him to feel anxious about what was going to happen outside. A sound that sounded like a water harp suddenly buzzed behind his head. He was already highly focused to deal with this space. At this moment, when this slightly frightening sound suddenly appeared, Yun Nuoxing almost jumped up. He turned his head around as if he had a stroke and looked at the clouds and clouds that were surging, but there was nothing. It was quiet all around. The clouds and clouds were surging, but there was no sound of wind. After waiting for about 10 minutes, nothing happened. Even the echo of the muffled thunder had disappeared at some point. It was so quiet that only his heartbeat could be heard. Oh, that ball of light only flashed and did not make any sound. Ding! The sound of the wind chimes swaying was very clear in front of him. He turned his head around as if he was crazy, but he still saw nothing. However, this time, the sound did not disappear. More wind chimes rang out one after another, tinkling in his ears. It was as if he was in a long corridor, with blue wind chimes hanging on the windowsills on both sides. They were swaying with the breeze, making crisp sounds. Moreover, they were getting louder and louder, almost like a muffled thunderclap. It was so loud that his eardrums could not stand it anymore. The sound was no longer crisp, and it no longer made him feel relaxed. It only made him feel irritated and manic. Then, the world instantly fell into silence, and all the sounds returned to silence. Yun Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt his chin itchy. He rubbed it with his shoulder, and only then did he realize that it was a string of beads of sweat, and his pretty face had unknowingly been covered in sweat. Big idiot! Let's not go. Let's go back. Yuan Kong's soul trembled as he spoke his thoughts. Living beings would always feel curious about the unknown, but they would also feel fear and reverence for no reason. They were no exception. And when this unknown thing was related to the origin heavenly God, the latter's two emotions almost reached the peak, and he forgot all his curiosity. Phew! Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief and comforted him. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll bring you out safely. Don't worry. Dao Tian rolled his eyes and said, Big brother, who are you trying to curry favor with by acting cool now? Yun Nuoxing said, The atmosphere terminator. What's more, he just subconsciously said this sentence. He didn't think much about it just now. After walking for a while in the silent space, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that his ears had returned. The sound of the wind. It was the sound of someone whispering in his ear. He instantly got goosebumps. Boom. Rumble. Just as they collectively felt that these origin heavenly gods were really old and indecent, the sound of thunder that had disappeared in the distance rang out once again, washing away all the horror that he had felt just now. They all acted as if nothing had happened. Yun Nuoxing stared at the dusky space in front of him and continued to walk forward. This time, he continued to walk forward together with the sound of thunder and did not stop. It was here. It was another whisper that directly echoed in the depths of his soul. The sound of thunder in his ears had not stopped. The whisper sounded more like someone was talking to him. It was as if someone was sitting next to him and telling him something or pouring out their troubles. He appeared very calm, as if he had known the person for a long time and was already used to such words. Occasionally, he would smile helplessly and bitterly. Countless figures flashed through his mind. They were all the people that he had known in his life for almost 100 eras. Some of them were quite strange. Some of them were familiar, but also unfamiliar. According to the timeline, the first figures that flashed through his mind were the people that he knew in the Dark Age. Then, according to the timeline of the Ancient Age, they were probably the memories of the time when he was escaping from the lower realm. In other words, they were the things that happened between the 80th era and the 120 eras. Unfortunately, he had chosen to seal that part of his memory, so he could barely remember who those people were. He only had a rough understanding of them. It was like the slight bitterness of weak tea, but also like the joy of a festive occasion. Among the many forms of life, there seemed to be a few scenes that were quite important, but what was missing? Therefore, looking at the life of almost 100 eras, walking beyond the mortal realm and among the innumerable worlds, the role he played and the meaning of his existence was to see those people and things, to witness the birth of a story. Meanwhile, he himself had always been wandering beyond the story, beyond the world. Was that so? Then, in his so-called life at this moment, in this so-called, did he have a part to play? Perhaps, or perhaps, it was just an insignificant part. In the end, he was just an observer, and that was all. Little star, wake up. Amidst the rumbling of thunder beside his ears, there was a sudden sound that brought him back to his senses. Yun Nuoshing quickly blinked a few times and breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. I was just imagining things. The rumbling of thunder and the sound of wind chimes can bring back memories, probably because there are too many memories to bear. That's probably why I was suddenly implicated and recalled too many memories. But there's no problem. A cluster of dazzling light suddenly lit up in front of him, causing him to squint slightly and tilt his head. When his eyes adjusted to the light and looked ahead again, it was as if the clouds were parting to see the sun. In this place where the clouds were rolling, the clouds suddenly dispersed bit by bit, revealing the sun that was blocked by them. He hesitated for a moment, then lifted his feet and walked forward without looking back. His consciousness gradually rose from the darkness to the surface. His eyelids trembled slightly for a moment, and then he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a ceiling about 5 or 6 meters away from him. It was not gorgeous or luxurious, but there was a heavy, ancient, and sacred charm in it. Those complicated patterns and runes pieced together made him, who had just woken up, a little dizzy. There was a faint light in the room. The dim light dispelled the darkness. He could see the room clearly even without using this level of light. He looked at it and found that it seemed to be the faint light emitted by the runes and complicated patterns on the wall. Realizing that he was lying on the bed, Yun Nuoshing lazily lay down for a while before he slowly got up. Suddenly, he saw something from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but turn his head and saw Frost lying on the ground beside him. Judging from the posture, just now, the two of them should be lying at a right angle with their heads facing each other. Judging from this, the bed was really big. Speaking of which, the things on the bed were also engraved with those complicated patterns and runes, and he could not understand them. Was this some kind of mental attack? Was it used to make the person who had just woken up to lie down and sleep after seeing the patterns? Yun Nuoshing heaved a long sigh as she restrained the thoughts that had just gone berserk after returning from the strange space. She would not be able to figure out what had just happened in that space for a while, but now there should be something more important. Before she passed out, she felt that she was being carried on a person's shoulder like a cargo. She also heard some noises which were quite noisy, as if they were saying something like battle or victory, and so on. By the way, she did hear some kind of noise now. The sound of battle, the sound of fierce battle. She could not perceive the situation outside, probably because the isolation ability of this house was too good. From various details, it was not difficult to tell that she should be in the sanctum of origin. Moreover, this room did not look like a room for humans to sleep in. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Is this the sanctum of origin? Yun Nuoshing tidied herself up and carried Frost in her arms. Then she walked towards the door. She could feel that there was a huge amount of holy energy flowing in the sanctum. It was much weaker than the origin energy, but in terms of nature, it had a very strong suppressive effect on non-order forces. However, it seemed to be ineffective against the annihilation energy. After the annihilation energy in her body felt the energy coming from the sanctum, it rolled its eyes and did not say anything, probably because it was not a threat, but it should be enough to deal with another group of enemies in this world. Let's go and have a look. Witness the real end of the war in the mythological era. Chapter 1561. It was very dangerous to be immersed in any consciousness space left behind by the heavenly god of origins. It contained many things that had passed away, secret history, bits and pieces of that era, knowledge and information of that era, and many other things. Along with these things, there was also a hidden danger. Whether it was the opportunity deliberately left behind by the heavenly god of origins or the things that were inadvertently left behind, they were definitely not for ordinary people to use. If they touched them casually, they might get themselves killed before they could obtain or learn anything. The corresponding power corresponded to the corresponding knowledge and information, and those things were never left for ordinary people. This was also the main reason why Yun Nuoshing was so resistant to the things left behind by the heavenly god of origins. As for the secondary reason, it was because he was already scared. Among the few incidents that he had encountered with the heavenly god of origins, none of them had ended well. He always felt that this was retribution, even if he was unconsciously involved in their affairs. Well, that was not entirely true. At least this time, his ending was still normal. He did not get his head crooked, his nose flattened, and his face swollen. There was also no out-of-body experience or mental pain. What was rare was that he was able to preserve his own life. It should be noted that in the past few incidents, he had survived half dead. This time, when he walked around in the misty space, his soul seemed to have been tampered with by some invisible hand. Other than that, nothing else seemed to have happened. It was just that he always felt that the space was not complete and seemed to be a little fragmented. It seemed to want to show him something, but nothing was shown. Was it because of some special reason? Some reason that could affect the power of the heavenly god of origins? Was it because they had fallen? For the time being, the reason was still unclear. A certain observer felt that even if he racked his brains here and vomited blood, he would not be able to come up with a reason. He simply threw all these matters to the back of his mind. If there was a follow-up to this matter, there would be a time when he would encounter it. In any case, at his level, he could only be safely arranged when encountering the origins. At most, he would struggle awkwardly for a while or two. With all kinds of complicated feelings, Yun Nuoshing slowly walked out of the Temple of Origin. Looking ahead, he could not help but let out a surprised and stunned gasp. In front of his eyes, the starry sky was burning with a huge amount of energy sparks. Jing Yun and the others were standing behind the line of fire. They carried a huge amount of energy from the world of order and were wantonly releasing their power in front of them. They were clashing head-on with the black-robed people, who outnumbered them by almost 100 times. Endless energy poured in this starry sky. In terms of a battle of this level, this starry sky should have collapsed quickly due to the destruction of order and rules. The reason why this had not happened yet was probably because of the theoretical barrier. In the end, he would not be surprised if anything blew up in a battle of this level. The commotion caused by a battle between high-level beings was no joke. The battle between them and the underworld had already included the entire 8 elements realm in advance. Along the way, other than the origin world, the void and nothingness were also destroyed. Many huge marks across the void had yet to recover. The hideous scars in the void were telling the pain of thousands of years of silence to the empty seats in the void. Furthermore, the battle 11 years ago had wiped out the entire De-Yuan realm, leaving many irreparable scars that affected the De-Yuan realm like sequelae. When Yun Nuoshing carried Frost to the battlefield, Jing Yun had just led the entire battle line forward. The power from the Temple of Origin had finally given them a chance to counterattack. If it was handled well, this battle could even last until the end. Their power has retreated. The God of Origin is protecting us. Let the warriors push forward. This world is ours. Victory belongs to the world of order. Beside Jingyun, a red-haired middle-aged man with a few mustaches waved his hand and shouted passionately. Then he turned around and walked to Jingyun's side. The entire line has been sealed. At this rate, they will be suppressed near the spatial fissure in less than a day. When they reach a certain point, I can begin to prepare to destroy the fissure. When we are near the fissure, we can begin to observe and prepare. For now, we should focus all our forces on the battlefield. Jingyun nodded. Suddenly, she felt an aura appear beside her. The few of them turned their gazes and saw Yun Nuoshing appear beside them, looking at the battlefield with interest. He could not help but smile. You're awake. You've been asleep for a total of 66 hours. Was it that long? Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment. In that misty space, he was extremely insensitive to the flow of time. It was difficult for him to sense how much time had passed. He thought that at most a day had passed, but he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, it was almost 3 days. During the time when you were asleep, we launched a counterattack. With the power of the Temple of Origin, we took back our lost ground after a long time. We have been preparing for this counterattack for countless years. As for them, Jing Yun pointed at the group of people in black robes in front of them and said, they are probably mobilizing all their forces and preparing to fight to the death with us. It seems that we are all planning to finish this battle in one fell swoop. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The momentum of this all-out attack showed that they were planning to fight to the end and would not stop until they died. There would not be any more pauses in the middle, unlike the Netherworld realm, which had been fighting for 100 million years like a stroke and suddenly stopped. Sai, who knew what they were thinking. He is the little outsider you mentioned, the successor of the god of Origin, the one who activated the Temple of Origin. The red-haired uncle curiously moved closer to Yun Nuoshing. His fiery red eyes scanned Yun Nuoshing's body, which made Yun Nuoshing's scalp tingle. Well, not bad. It is indeed their scent. It is very strong. If it were not for the fact that their realms and positions are not matching, I would have thought that the god of Origin had come here personally. Interesting little guy. This level of order power and law is not weaker than when we first became primeval gods. Another young man in a green robe also looked at Yun Nuoshing and nodded. If it were not for the tide of chaos, I am afraid that you would have already ascended. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly at the side. He felt a little strange in his heart. It had been many years since he had heard the term little fellow. When the group of people in his soul heard this term, they could not help but laugh out loud, making him feel very embarrassed. Well, according to his current age, he was indeed a little fellow in front of this group of descendants of gods. Moreover, they were the original heavenly gods of the primeval beginning, so there was nothing to refute. By the way, can all of you return to the primeval realm now? Yun Nuoshing asked curiously. There was a trace of unrealistic hope in his heart that he did not dare to give himself hope, which made him directly say that. Well, no matter what, I've stood at that level before. The green-robed youth crossed his arms and muttered. We can stay at that level for a short time with some means, but it is difficult to stay at that level for a long time, and the consequences are quite serious. We have indeed dropped in realms due to the destruction, cutting, and disappearance of the rules. It is difficult to return. 11 eras have passed, and we still can't find the way. They knew what Yun Nuoshing was asking, and the red-haired uncle did not hide it. Looking at it now, it seems that only the method of divinity carriers is more stable. However, we may not use this method and need to find another way. Why don't you try? We can't, but you should be able to. Although this method back then was a little strenuous and unrewarding, it is indeed stable. I have tried. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. The bitterness in his heart overflowed at the mention of this. Looking at their curious eyes, he replied, I blew up the carrier and killed a primeval god. However, I almost died together with him. After that, the divinity carrier, well, that's what it is. So, I want to find a new way, but I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Jing Yun and the others said, This is a little exciting. The green-robed youth said in a low voice, Don't be impatient. This matter can't be rushed. We can only explore it bit by bit. But the world of order is facing some difficulties now. I urgently need the power of that realm. At the moment, there is only one primeval god in the world of order. It can't handle it. Yun Nuoshing sighed deeply and felt a little headache. Sometimes there were things that he did not want to be anxious about. Instead, there was someone holding a knife to his back. If he did not hurry, he would be stabbed the next day. He secretly looked at the situation of the battle at the front line. His eyes flashed. The forces of non-order were displayed all over the starry sky. There was only endless energy bursting in sight. The forces of non-order were all old friends and old rivals. However, in the past, most of the time, he was facing the abyssal death shroud. Those guys were very powerful, but their brains were already fried. They would not hide anything during battle. There was no strategy. All the abyssal death shroud would only release a single message across the void. Kill, 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 kill. The situation in front of him was more or less the same. The only difference was that the black-robed people had intelligence. They could be considered as living beings. Although it was a little strange, he could not see what was going on under the black cloaks. He could not see their faces, and only a pair of hands were sticking out of their sleeves. Retracting his gaze, Yun Nuoshing looked at Jing Yun and the others and said, That's why I helped you guys out of my own selfishness. Although you guys have not been freed from the whirlpool of this war, and I shouldn't be saying these things, but that's how it is. The world of order needs more power, and I am looking for power all over the world. It's really one wave after another. Jingyan couldn't help but sigh. The chaos of the past hasn't even been completely quelled, and now the world of order is in trouble again. If only the primeval god was still here. Yun Nuoshing had a strange expression on his face. Jingyan then said, However, we still need to stand our ground and support the world of order. We need to work harder to stay alert. Once this battle is over, you can tell us more about the world of order. Yun Nuashing nodded. Do you need my help? If it's me, I should be able to. He looked at the battle in front of him and said, I should be able to guard a corner each. However, try not to let me get close to your people. It's easy for me to accidentally injure them. That's all. Everyone was speechless. What kind of accidentally injure was that? Indiscriminate attack. Why do I feel like this little guy is a little dangerous? He doesn't look as gentle and quiet as he does. It's probably just my imagination. After arranging a position, Yun Nuashing quickly went to the corner near the flank. Jing Yun and the others curiously looked at his back as he left. After exchanging glances, Jing Yun couldn't help but ask, What do you guys think? After all, he's the inheritor of the primeval god's power. He should be something. Let's see what kind of storm he can stir up. The red-haired man said. I'm talking about the world of order, the outside world. Can't you just say it? Why did you suddenly ask us what we should think? How would I know what we should think? The red-haired man was so angry that he rolled his eyes. A problem that can only be solved with the power of the primeval god. The green-robed young man scratched his head. This kind of thing was common to them. After all, in their era, when there were storms in the void, which part of it didn't require the power of the primeval god to deal with. It was just that they didn't expect the world of order to have such a degree of trouble after the tide of chaos. They thought that the situation outside would be similar to the situation after they were weakened. Anyway, let's take a look first. Let's solve the problem here first. After that, we'll go and see how troublesome the outside world is. This war that had lasted for 11 eras made Yun Nuashing very curious. There were many doubts in his heart. The conflict between order and chaos had existed since the beginning of the primeval realm, but he had never seen a place where the conflict could last for such a long time. Frankly speaking, he was a little interested in that group of dark creatures. If he could, he would capture a few of them back for research or something. Oh no. Ever since he captured Bei Hao and that fledgling last time, his mind was now filled with thoughts of capturing a few non-orderly life forms and slicing them up for research. Perhaps it was because he had been fighting against the abyssal death mist for too long. Now that he saw groups of non-orderly life forms, he felt that it was either the underworld or the specter behind it. Judging from how long this battle had lasted, the latter was quite possible. Hopefully, it was just a meaningless association that was born when his mind was on a rampage. Standing at the right rear of the main force, Yun Nuashing was about to unleash his power when he suddenly saw a few warriors standing up straight and bowing to him. Then, they threw down an energy barrier and ran to other places to provide support. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw Jingyun giving him a thumbs up. He raised his hand and waved in response. Girl, don't show mercy. Let's make a big scene. The little angel chuckled in response. Then she felt that something was wrong and could not help but mutter, No, it's just you unleashing your power one-sidedly. Why did you mention me? Yun Nuashing said, As my subsoul, don't mind these details. With a soft shout, the array formation that had been accumulating power emerged from the void like a swarm of bees, stretching out for tens of thousands of kilometers. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about hindering others, he had planned to pull everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers into his attack range in one go. However, this was already enough to shock everyone present. At the very least, Jing Yun and the others were staring with their eyes wide open. Anyway, let's say hello first. The battlefield had already reached its climax because of the battle between the two sides. Now that he had come out of nowhere, it was just a matter of pouring a little water into the boiling pot of oil. Then, the entire battlefield erupted. Millions of magic circles were rooted on the ground, bursting out energy that was enough to shake the void and collapsed the stars in the distance. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest had thrown the other side into disarray, especially when he was unleashing his power on the battlefield almost unreasonably. He was like a child who appeared on the battlefield purely to unleash his power. He had instantly disrupted the other side's formation. A loud shout came from the group of black-robed people. Then, a considerable number of them changed their direction and began to charge towards Yun Nuoshing. However, they soon realized their mistake. All the power that was charging towards Yun Nuoshing would not last for more than a few seconds, even if they had a thick layer of defense. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. It was too late to correct their mistake now. However, they could not just ignore the mobile firepower that was unleashing his power recklessly. For a moment, there was panic in their formation. The other places that were engaged in fierce battles were also distracted, causing the warriors of order to swarm and wipe out a considerable number of them. Yun Nuoshing exhaled softly. He lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. The millions of magic circles followed him and floated forward. As he gradually went deeper into the battlefield, the magic circles gradually expanded. The number of magic circles increased rapidly under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. In less than a few seconds, the magic circles had doubled in size. There were even a few magic circles that spanned over 100,000 miles that were staring at the battlefield like a planet, causing both sides to shudder. Although I knew that there would be some unexpected results when this little fellow enters the battlefield, the red-haired man scratched his beard. He was stunned for a moment. When he saw the scene before him being drowned in energy, he accidentally plucked out a strand of his beard. This combat power, even a genuine, primeval, heavenly god might not be able to achieve this. Who the hell is this little fellow? Such a wide area of energy attack, and all of them seem to be targeted at a specific area. Along with the rumbling energy, the power of order and the rules of this starry sky are rapidly being depleted. The stability of the barrier is beginning to decline. The green-robed young man's eyes flashed. He said to the person beside him, "Go and strengthen the defense of the barrier to prevent the power of order from pouring into this starry sky." Having said that, he continued the topic from before. I don't remember which primeval heavenly god had mastered such exaggerated attacks. Probably because they only inherited the energy. They did not inherit the power and divinity that belonged to them. Jingyun was also speculating. However, compared to that, he was more concerned about another thing. This little fellow is opening a path for us. If he joins the battle with his power, we can reduce the number of casualties. Well, although it's also for his own selfish reasons. It's understandable. However, the truth is unavoidable. The green-robed young man turned his head to look at the others. They shrugged and did not say anything. He looked back at Jingyun and the red-haired man. "So, let's go with this little fellow. Let's go and see what's going on in the world of order. That's possible. Besides, even if there's no such thing, if something big really happens in the world of order, are we going to just sit there and watch?" The red-haired man shrugged. "Don't tell me we're going to fight against the monsters of the chaos plane again. I'm a little paranoid. I need to rest for a while. These 11 eras have hit me so hard that my head is cracking." Everyone could not help but smile bitterly, looking at the battlefield where they did not even have to do anything because of the support effect of the Temple of Origin. The situation became one-sided because of a certain violent maniac. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Although he was from the realm of the gods, but this was a little too ridiculous. They had never seen anyone from the realm of the gods who could do such a miraculous thing. Shouldn't this battlefield be enough to leave it to him alone? While they were talking, Yun Nuoshing had also successfully captured a few of the black-robed men and pushed them into the observer dimension. When the little angel in his soul sent a signal to him that everything was ready, all the magic circles suddenly stopped releasing energy. The accumulated energy turned into a huge barrier that covered the entire area behind him. Jing Yun and the warriors of the Realm of Order were stunned. Their power could still pass through the barrier, but what was the use of this barrier? What's this for? One of the warriors could not help but poke the transparent barrier. After analyzing that the barrier could still allow them to continue attacking, he could not help but feel puzzled. There shouldn't be a need for defense now, right? Why would there be a need for defense? With the Temple of Origin, there's no need for defense. Just hit them in the face. Jing Yun's face stiffened. Suddenly, he felt that something bad was going to happen. He remembered the time when they met. At that time, Yun Nuoxing was also like this. This is not good. Hurry up and open up the defense of the Temple of Origin. I'm a little scared. Ha! You're opening up the defense just like that. The red-haired man was stunned when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, "No hurry. Let's see what that little guy is going to do. He doesn't look like a reckless person. Maybe he doesn't even need us to look after him. No, listen to me. Hurry up and open it. I don't think there's enough time. I'll leave first. You guys deal with it yourselves." The others were also puzzled. Just as they were about to turn and signal to Jing Yun, they suddenly noticed a phenomenon. A pure white figure was slowly walking out from the right. He was holding a 2-meter-long greatsword in his hand. Facing the enemies that were swarming towards him, he slowly stabbed the greatsword into the stars. Let this world burn. Like a tsunami, the energy that reversed the void burst out from that dazzling white light. In an instant, the burst of energy was enough to wash the void into nothingness. Everyone felt as if their eyes were about to be blinded. What the hell? Hurry up and defend. Idiot! He's on our side. Indiscriminate order impact. Retreat. Retreat. What the hell? Origin sanctum. What the hell? The feeling of being swept into the storm was like a crazy storm sweeping through the stars. Both sides, whether they were order or non-order, were pushed down by a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, the latter had been pushed into nothingness while the rest were just rolling in the stars. Everyone could only feel a sharp roar of energy raging before their eyes. Then, in an instant, all their voices were destroyed. There was no direction at all. Like ribs, people were sent flying backward, crashing into each other in the stars like a grand occasion in the early days of the solar system. It was exceptionally lively. Jing Yun stood far behind and felt the storm blowing her hair back. She calmly shook her head and caught the red-haired man and the green-robed young man, who were flying in front of her. With a smirk on her face, she said, "See, what did I just say?" The red-haired man and the green-robed young man were stunned. At Yen, and Age of Mythology Foul Language. Chapter 1562. The vast power of order quaked, throwing the battlefield into chaos. Both sides were in disarray, and simply put, it was as if the entire world had exploded. The personnel who were recording the battle at the back could only use that word to describe everything before their eyes. First, a circle of pure white order energy abruptly exploded, followed by an unending energy shockwave that formed a white energy sphere with a radius of at least 10,000 miles. The energy sphere drew in all the energies on the battlefield, including the residual energies after the energy collision for a second, third, and even fourth energy destruction reaction. As far as the eye could see, the pure white sphere of light was expanding wildly, followed by a tsunami-like energy shockwave gushing out endlessly from the center of the energy sphere. The tsunami destroyed the void, destroyed the void, scattered the enemy's energy, while the sphere of light absorbed the energy that was torn apart, repeating the cycle and creating a chain reaction. In the end, the sphere of light expanded to a terrifying degree of 1 billion miles in radius, but the energy tsunami had already spread to millions of miles away. At the end of the recording, there was a tremor that shook the mountains. The personnel in charge of recording did not escape the indiscriminate energy shockwave. The group of primeval heavenly gods who were at the pinnacle of origin were blasted hundreds of miles away despite having sufficient power and the protection of the order energy barrier. That was the result that Jing Yun and the others only found out after they recovered from the shock. What the hell? If that little fellow did not erect that energy barrier of order recognition, we would probably be struggling to swim back in the void, wouldn't we? Jing Yun looked at the shattered battlefield and the densely packed cracks. A complete black planet had been blasted into fragments of meteorites and asteroids, and only a part of it was left, perhaps not even 1/10 of its original body. As for the larger part of its body, it had been completely vaporized after the energy bombardment. At the center of the explosion, apart from the fragments of the planet and some energy fragments that contained enormous energy that survived after sacrificing 90% of the body's volume and power, the rest was just empty space. They lay across the stars, so clear that they were like a drop of ink on a piece of white paper. How exciting! The red-haired man tidied his messy robes and could not help but sigh as he looked at the starry sky that was so clean that it was as if a black hole had ravaged it. The green-robed young man rubbed his chest and grimaced in pain. He felt a little pain in his chest. Since the energy shockwave did not end in one go, the energy shockwaves and energy shockwaves that erupted within 10 seconds were stronger than the previous one. Jing Yun had long slipped to the back to hide. After the first few energy shockwaves cleared the area, she was still fine, but her hair was blown back by the wind. Her own people, on the other hand, were sent flying backward like dominoes stacked on top of each other. Jing Yun, who was in a good condition at the beginning of the energy shockwave, was thrown over by a wave in the next second. She lost her elegance and blended into the crowd as she was sent flying backward. In the chaos, the two people he was holding were swept away by the wave. When he came back to his senses, he saw the green-robed young man rushing toward him at lightning speed. While he was still hesitating whether to block or fight, the green-robed young man's chest pressed against his face. He was a little dizzy and could not find his position in the void. The storm lasted for 10 seconds, and when they came back to their senses, they were already in a tragic state after the storm. 80% of the people were floating in space like floating corpses, unable to move. The remaining 20% had rolled themselves into a ball in the chaos just now. Now that the commotion had subsided, they raised their trembling heads and hurriedly pulled the floating corpses back. Jing Yun tilted her head and looked at the battlefield. Is this the power of the origin energy? No. I think it's more of the little one's power. The red-haired man and the green-robed young man waved their hands and said in unison. It was not as if they had never seen the origin energy before. Among the tens of thousands of people guarding this part of the sky, at least 20% of them had seen the origin god. Most of them had seen it at least once, and they might have even seen the movement and the scene of the battle. But they had never felt that the origin energy could erupt with such unreasonable power. This was the first time they had seen it. God knows what the little one was doing with the origin energy. Jing Yun patted her neck, which was tilted to the side, and muttered, "I'm a little dizzy and have a headache. You hit me too hard just now. Report the situation. Regroup. Before the regrouping, get into a defensive position. Where's the little one?" Immediately, someone came forward to report. "Everyone is unharmed. That layer of energy shield has blocked out most of the destructive energy. We were not directly destroyed by the energy storm. However, after the storm passed, everyone was dizzy to varying degrees, and our minds were slightly shaken. Well, I fought with those guys for so many years, and I've never seen such a funny situation. The red-haired man rolled his eyes. He saw that his robe was torn open, probably because he had hit something in the chaos just now. He simply tore his robe and destroyed it. Not many of the enemies were killed, and the little one had filtered out all the destructive energy. In the end, they were suffocated by the wind of the storm. The warriors around him could not help but smile bitterly. This was not something they could control. The wind was too strong, too strong. They could not withstand it at all. As for the little one, cough, he's over there, right in the center of the battlefield. Everyone turned their gazes. After the explosion, there were only sporadic fragments of energy left in that space. On the whole, it was as empty as when the starry sky had just been born. It was just empty. From the hundreds of millions of miles in front of them to who knew how many light years behind them, it was a clean scene, leaving behind this big house in the starry sky. Everything inside had been wiped out and swept away. Even the ashes had been swept away. And in the middle of the big house, there was a pure white figure standing there. His hand was surging with energy that was more than 3 times stronger than when they first met, showing signs of falling into a berserk state. At this moment, he was touching the big sword in his hand and looking forward. After a while, the energy barrier behind him disintegrated, turning into layers of magic circles and scattering. It was completely scattered and cracked. Ripples appeared in the void, and more magic circles were integrated into the group of magic circles, increasing the range of this huge group of magic circles. In just a few moments, it had spread to a distance of 1,000,000 miles. The vast group of magic circles made everyone's mouth dry. Come, fight with me again. Yun Nuoshing's soft and ethereal voice echoed quietly in the starry sky along with the power of rules. He held Frost in his arms, and a pair of beautiful, transparent, faintly discernible wings stretched out behind his back. Then, the ground that looked like it was made of a magic circle began to operate. Endless energy gathered toward the magic circle, and in the next second, countless energy burst out toward the distant starry sky, tearing space and nothingness apart. The surging energy impact exploded in the depths of the distant starry sky. I really think so. The red-haired man looked at the huge wall cast by magic circles and felt a little dry in his mouth. He swallowed hard and said, "Is this little guy raised by the gods of origin? Since he was young, I've never seen anyone who can use and release energy like this. This is beyond the realm of the heavenly god of origin. Isn't it? Did this guy also fall from the realm of the heavenly god of primordial beginning? You should ask us." Jingyan rolled her eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "I can't sense any trace of him having once stood at the realm of the heavenly gods of origin. He is 100% heavenly god of origin, and at this level, this divinity, this rule should be very, very close to the realm of the heavenly gods of origin. He is only a little bit away from that realm, and his body has already accumulated a considerable amount of energy over a long period of time, which has already changed. Judging from his current situation, he is not too far off from being a true heavenly god of origin. The only difference is the problem of divine authority, rules, and order. The origin energy can make up for these, and he can still be considered a true heavenly god of origin. However, if he is allowed to ascend to that realm, there will be more drastic changes," the green-robed youth replied. "Let's not talk about that for now. Get into formation. The battle continues. Press forward. Our friends have opened a path for us. Now, Tear these bastards who have invaded the heavenly gods of Origin's dignity to shreds. The roar directed at the warriors of the world of order, as well as the powerful burst of energy in the distance, combined with the combination of the two, caused everyone to roar in response. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they forgot that they were pushed back hundreds of miles by their own people and charged towards the front line like a pack of ferocious beasts. Cough, cough. Ouch. My head still hurts a little. Jing Yun forcefully cracked her neck, and only managed to get it to return to its original position after a long while. Then she shook her head and wailed before grinning and pointing to the front. Let's go as well. There's no need to command them in this situation. We just have to wait for them to do their job. Most importantly, if we don't do anything, the little one will finish everything that needs to be fought, and then we seniors will be looked down upon. The red-haired uncle and the green-robed youth looked at each other, rolled up their sleeves, and roared as they charged towards the front line. Instantly, another earth-shattering blast of energy erupted. Jingyun was one step slower. She turned back to look at the Temple of Origin, and her gaze suddenly trembled. The Temple of Origin, that was emitting a faint fluorescent light during the battle, was only releasing energy that was much more powerful than the energy of the ordinary world of order. The original energy of the Origin seemed to have deteriorated over time, and it no longer had that special and sacred energy. However, after the storm just now, it now looked incomparably sacred, like a perfect silver plate in the night sky, incomparably holy. He felt that familiar energy, the energy that had disappeared for countless years, and tears welled up in his eyes. This little one can actually still activate the Origin energy. Jing Yun slowly walked towards the front line, her gaze sweeping over the ever-changing and ever-expanding wall of magic circles, and her gaze was filled with intense curiosity. Who are you? You really make me curious. Yun Nuoshing, who was charging at the front line, suddenly shuddered. She looked around but saw nothing, and could not help but tilt her head. What's going on? Huh. The little angel was dazed for a moment, thinking that he had sensed something. Subconsciously, she spread out her soul and said in a low voice a moment later, no energy or target worth paying attention to in a million light years nearby was detected. What did you sense just now? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. Nothing. It should be an illusion. I somehow felt that I was being watched by something. Watched? Is it the Origin again? Both of them fell silent for a moment. They looked at each other in their souls. One shivered so much that several layers of goosebumps appeared all over her body, while the other shivered so much that a piece of feather fell off. After that, both of them silently threw away this attention and focused all their attention on the battle ahead. They controlled the magic circles to release energy desperately, hoping to dispel the chill that had just surged into their hearts. A huge crack suddenly appeared at the center of a magic circle with a radius of 10,000 miles. The power of the void and nothingness gushed out from it. Then a thick cloud of energy continuously poured out from the crack. The other side of the crack seemed to be connected to a space, and the energy cloud was desperately pouring out. After the cloud of energy appeared, it quickly surged, condensed, and compressed. The energy contained within the cloud was pieced together and squeezed together. After a few hundred rounds of compression and condensation, it almost turned into a crystal-like energy cloud. After a delay of 2 seconds, it floated towards the battlefield ahead. A series of energy shockwaves erupted from the cloud of energy as if a heavy downpour was falling on a galaxy, and it was a downpour that contained the power of countless stars. Cloud of energy. Lord Feng, isn't this the twisted, divine Shadow Clan's previous attack method? Jing Yuanji could not help but exclaim softly when she saw a few crystal clouds pouring out from the huge magic circle and filling the starry sky. I tried it before, but it's not quite the same as their twisted cloud of energy. I just borrowed their outer shell. As for the inner part is condensed into a solid magic circle group as the core. The main body is still connected to those magic circles. It's like a doppelganger of the magic circle. Yun Nuashing laughed and explained, I tried it before, but the effect wasn't very good, and I didn't continue. I don't know why, but suddenly, the deduction in my soul suddenly found a point of compatibility, and then it was used. Hearing this, the little angel suddenly remembered something. Did you go through some unknown transformation in that misty space just now? Yun Nuashing pondered, and his expression became a little solemn, a little awkward, and finally a little twisted. This is really possible. Previously, he had deduced so many things, but it did not take shape. And just now, the power of the nihility primordial order had obviously changed. In the past, the impact of the energy gushing out would not have a situation where the power of the attack was getting higher and higher. One energy impact almost drained the energy out of his body. If he had not hurriedly extracted some energy from the backup world, he probably would not have been able to use such a powerful magic circle now. These two changes were completed suddenly, but during this period of time, he did not concentrate on studying it. In the past 100 million years, such changes did not happen. Recently, other than the source chaos, which was the strange space he went to through the cube 2 or 3 days ago, the source chaos had not evolved enough for him to change. As for the latter, he still remembered that his soul was inexplicably thrown into the misty energy, but he could not find where the energy went. Could it be that something had changed in the dark? Yun Nuashing diverted a part of his attention to control and stabilize the formation. He pulled himself away and went to Jing Yun, who was fighting in another place hundreds of thousands of miles away. His sudden appearance gave the latter a shock. He used the staff in his hand to send the enemy in front of him back to their hometown. He let out a long sigh and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come over?" "Oh, I have something to ask you." Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the endless enemies in front of him. He narrowed his eyes for a while and activated the magic circle to release an even larger energy storm and energy impact. Then he said, "What exactly is that energy cube that I touched a few days ago?" Jing Yun still had time to think in the middle of the battle. When he heard the question, he organized his words for a moment and replied, "It is the trump card of every sanctum of origins. It carries the power of the Empyrean god of origins. It is not the origin energy, but a direct attack power that belongs to them. However, after the tide of chaos, it was abandoned and could not be used. It also hindered the defenses of the sanctum, which was why I asked you to remove it that day. Was it a gift from the Empyrean god of origins? Whether it was a gift or not, I don't know." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and explained the situation that he could not determine. This time, Jing Yun did not even pay attention to the battle. After listening to Yun Nuashing's words, he could not help muttering, "Listening to your situation, it is a little like the energy thing that the Empyrean god of origins and the others had mentioned. However, that part of the memory has become very vague, the hindrance of the chaos tide." Energy thing? Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. However, there was still no change in the origin energy. He also could not control the origin energy better. Apart from the power of destruction that belonged to the Empyrean god of destruction, the other origin energy did not show a greater degree of intimacy. Both sides were still at the level of getting along, and it had been many years since they had reached that stage. Boom! The energy cloud released a bolt of lightning that was like a river of stars. The energy that far exceeded the speed of light left a bifurcated scorch mark in the starry sky ahead. It tore dozens of lightning-shaped cracks that were hundreds of thousands of feet wide in the dense formation of the black-robed weirdos. The energy of the people who were close to the cracks began to boil, and colorful sparks appeared on their bodies. Those who were not able to extinguish the sparks in time were instantly blown up and dissipated. Buzz! A gorgeous beam of energy suddenly shot out from the enemy's formation into the sky, turning into a vast energy rain that poured down from the starry sky. The white energy rain that filled the starry sky reflected the shocked and confused faces of countless people. Yun Nuoxing and Jingyun were still deep in thought. At this moment, they were also stunned by the sudden burst of energy rain. Report the situation. Who died? It's not someone from our side. It suddenly appeared from the enemy's formation. Yun Nuoxing, Jingyun, and the others all widened their eyes when they heard this. These black-robed weirdos possessed intelligence and a weak but strange life force. Just based on these 2 points alone, they should be considered some kind of life form. However, their strange energy and the energy rain that would not appear after they died, which was the result of the death of a god, made them think that these weirdos were strange energy creations that had obtained intelligence by chance. However, at this moment, that light rain seemed to be the beginning of a new wave. Vast energy light rain suddenly blossomed from the enemy's formation one after another, causing everyone's expression to freeze. They had been fighting here for 11 eras, but they still felt a chill in their hearts. What exactly were they fighting against? And who were they fighting against? Chapter 1563. The vast space battlefield fell into an eerie silence due to the sudden burst of energy rain. Jingyun and the others stared in confusion at the group of black-cloaked weirdos on the enemy side. Their souls scanned the enemy's side several tens of thousands of times, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. They could not figure out the reason for this even after a long time. Even their attacks had slowed down for quite a while. Boom! It was only when a massive energy torrent rushed across the stars and wiped out the enemy before them along with the rain of light that they abruptly came to their senses. They saw Yun Nuoxing carrying a little girl in his arms and charging out with the Nethervoid sword, and only then did they order their troops to continue attacking. This is a battle between order and chaos. Yun Nuoxing's voice quietly came. He knew that it was not appropriate for him to say those words to the primeval heavenly gods, but seeing them stunned for a moment, he felt that it was necessary to mention it. No matter what they were in the past, they are now the enemies of order. As long as you stand on the opposite side, and choose to stand on the opposite side, there is only one result. Jingyun held the staff in his hand and smiled bitterly. They were taught a lesson by the juniors. Of course, they knew that. After living for so many years and experiencing the most tragic war in the most glorious era, how could they not understand this principle? However, after fighting for 11 eras, they could not help but be stunned for a moment when they suddenly saw such a situation. Aside from being stunned, they were also curious about what the enemy was. At this moment, it seemed that they could no longer deal with them as pure chaos energy creations. Thinking about that was one thing. Just like what Yun Nuoxing said, it was still the time of the war between order and chaos. It was useless to think too much about it. Everyone no longer held back any power in their hands. Those who were slightly injured and were hiding at the back of the camp once again roared and rushed to the front line, cooperating with their teammates to kill the enemy. There were a few groups of people who circled around and surrounded the army of the black-robed man from the side, leaving the main battlefield to Yun Nuoxing. Nobody dared to enter his battlefield. That was an indiscriminate energy impact. Every energy impact that poured out contained energy that made everyone tremble in fear. If someone accidentally entered his area of effect, although they would immediately be covered with a layer of order energy barrier, After seeing his fighting style, nobody dared to rush into his battle rashly. The enemy would have a cerebral hemorrhage if they saw it, and the Allies would have a myocardial infarction if they saw it. Together, both sides fought fearfully, but no one could do anything about that killer weapon. They could only let him unleash his power wantonly, and then ponder about when he would exhaust his energy. My energy? Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment when Jingyan asked about his energy capacity. After a moment, he replied, "If you want to talk about total energy, I have just used up half of it. Don't worry, unless a heavenly god of the primordial beginning appears, I have a way to fight until the end of time." What a joke! It would be nonsense if he had to exhaust his energy to fight a battle of this level. The battle at the front line of the void had lasted for 100 million years, and the duration would probably be many times longer in the future. To deal with a battle of that level, it would be impossible to do so without the determination to fight in the void until the end of the grand primordial realm. Once the battle began, there would be no time for rest. They could only fight and fight until one side fell, or one side could not hold on and retreated, or they would face the great void samsara and perish together. There was almost no such thing as stopping to rest. After a few bursts of energy light rain, there were no more changes on the enemy's side. There was no phenomenon of a heavenly god falling because of the death of a black-robed freak. There were also no more energy anomalies. The sudden change that occurred just now was like a flash in the pan. After that, everything returned to calm. Calmly mixed with their own power in the never-ending battle between order and chaos. They had also inflicted heavy damage to the warriors of order, but most of them were annihilated under the power of Yun Nuoshing and order. Not even ashes were left behind. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped the battle in his hands for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Jingyun. "How much longer until we arrive? I can feel a strange energy aura. Is it coming soon?" Jingyun panted and looked up. He looked at the dense black waves and cast his eyes to the distance behind. He could vaguely see a jagged object lying across the starry sky, exuding a disgusting aura of non-order. He could not help but frown. "Almost there. Just hold on a little longer, and we will reach the dimensional fissure. It's just that the battle there is the most deadly." Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief and squinted his eyes. These enemies, the black-robed freaks, did not seem to have much power. They were almost as strong as the distorted spawns that the distorted race had created back then. The only difference was that the former had inexplicably gained spiritual intelligence. However, this spiritual intelligence was not enough to allow them to perform any special defensive or offensive means. They were even weaker than the abyssal death mist spawns that had their brains muddled. Well, it was probably because there were too many of the abyssal death mist spawns. Although the black-robe freaks were also numerous, they obviously did not reach that level. Yun Nuoshing raised his hand, and a magic circle floated forward. Suddenly, the magic circle spread out from the top. The aura that carried the power of the stars and the power of order descended from the sky. Along with the weak power of origin, the aura landed on this huge battlefield, suppressing the chaotic energy in this area. The power of order was raised to the limit. The battle that was already one-sided now seemed to have encountered a huge force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The power of the enemy was quickly fading away. The dimensional fissure. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead. At this moment, the battle line had been pushed to a relatively close distance. He could observe the situation of the fissure across the starry sky. He could not help but sigh. It's not enough to fight our way through. We still have to fight our way in. There is a huge amount of chaotic energy in there. If we don't deal with a part of it, we won't be able to close it from the outside. There's no other way. We can only fight our way in. Jingyan waved his hand and shouted back, "Release all the power of the sanctum of origins. Charge in one breath." Boom! Like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, a sudden clap of thunder in broad daylight suddenly exploded on the battlefield. The dull sound seemed to have detonated a huge amount of energy that had been condensed to the size of a planet. Violent tremors occurred in the entire starry sky at the same time. It was like a huge earthquake. Yun Nuoshing and the others quickly turned their heads. They could only feel a huge amount of energy coming from the front. There was an invisible storm that blew the energy, the power of order, and so on in this part of the starry sky behind them. Right in front of them, a huge galaxy covered the entire starry sky. It was as if someone was standing on the world barrier and had cut a crack in the world barrier with a single slash of a sword. At the same time, the crack was fixed on the world barrier. Therefore, the entire interior of the world could see such a huge scar. It was really a fissure that stretched across the entire starry sky. A spatial fissure. Yun Nuoshing pointed forward. That was not some galaxy river. The huge energy reaction that had erupted earlier had come from that spatial fissure. It was vast and mighty. At this moment, it was still emitting a dazzling light. It was as if all the stars in the entire starry sky had gathered. It was so bright and abnormally dazzling, and the light was slightly distorted. No one knew what had happened to that spatial fissure. After experiencing a burst of energy, it suddenly expanded countless times, becoming a fissure that could be seen by the entire starry sky. Where the jagged fissure was, the surrounding starry sky showed signs of distortion and collapse. It was as if that fissure was swallowing the entire starry sky. "Report what happened," Jing Yunyan shouted. She quickly found the red-haired uncle and the green-robed youth, who were fighting elsewhere. Yun Nuoshing stood where he was and looked at the fissure in the distant starry sky. His slightly narrowed eyes gradually turned dark red, and then back to silver white. Then they became as deep as two pitch-black abysses. As he mobilized all kinds of energy and even used the Book of Epics or other means that he could use, his expression became more and more solemn. He could not analyze the situation of that spatial fissure at all. Now he could neither feel its order nor its energy reaction. It was like a painting stuck in the starry sky, just a decoration. However, the feeling in his sight and soul was real. It was definitely a fissure that existed in the starry sky. It was just that some unobservable change had happened, causing his senses to deviate from his cognition. There was no way to analyze it. Although I don't know what it is, it's definitely not good. Jing Yuanji murmured. She whispered in Yun Nuoshing's soul, "The surrounding space, this starry sky seems to have disappeared. I can't feel any trace of the existence of space." Hearing this, Min also nodded and replied, "It's the same for the void. My connection with the void has been forcibly cut off." Gu Zhongming and the others also spoke. Everyone's situation was similar. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and felt something. It was not that there was a problem with the connection between their energy and the outside world, but that there was something wrong with the outside itself. They could not connect with other energies other than their own. It was the same for him. The void, nothingness, order, rules, all of these energies had closed the door to him. What he was facing was like a door that had been frozen for thousands of years. There was no way to break the ice on it, no way to open the door and reconnect the connection. That's the fissure of the primordial realm. Jing Yunyun walked from the side with a solemn expression. The words that came out of her mouth stunned Yun Nuoshing. "A cornered dog will jump over the wall and run away instead of fighting? Which primordial realm does that crack lead to?" Hearing this, Jing Yunyun quickly shook her head. No, it's not the primordial realm channel that leads to other primordial realms. That's a crack in the primordial realm. It's a crack that opens up inside the 8 primordial realms, but there's no way to determine where it leads to. Maybe it's the order void. Maybe it's the chaos void. Anywhere is possible. When it's forcibly opened, there will be a huge energy disturbance in this void region. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing frowned. Then forcibly break it apart and close the door. It can't be closed. Jing Yunyun's tone was a little anxious and unhappy. As she quickly mobilized the team, she said to Yun Nuoxing, "From the looks of it, you don't seem to know much about the crack in the primordial realm. It's a method created by the Origin Heavenly God and the others to travel randomly in the primordial realm. It's full of randomness, but its biggest feature is that it's difficult to interrupt. In other words, it's used for escape. The opening of the crack in the primordial realm requires a huge amount of energy, and judging from the scale of the crack in the primordial realm, before us, they might have been preparing for many days. They might have started cutting off their tail. To survive the day, we started our counterattack. They know how big of a threat the reactivated Origin Temple is to them." Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. The Origin Heavenly God, it's them again. Why are the things they come up with always so untimely? Random teleportation in the void. If this group of things were thrown out and landed in the order void, they would at most bring disaster to a small area of the void. Just mobilizing a portion of the void's frontline forces to suppress them would suffice. Anyway, the void's frontline couldn't fight right now. If they landed in the underworld, the two sides would probably hit it off and attack the void's frontline together. These two were so black that they were emitting black smoke, and it was obvious that they were up to no good. If they were together, it would be even more over. Taking a closer look, when the spatial crack turned into the crack in the primordial realm, the black-robed people stopped attacking them and turned to use their bodies as a barrier to block the huge crack in the primordial realm. Jing Yunyun and the others also stood in a group, a little stunned for a moment. Yun Nuoxing raised her head slightly and narrowed her eyes. "You want to run, and you want to run at the smallest price. Dream on." Boom! The deafening sound of thunder caused the starry sky, which had just stopped shaking, to tremble violently again. 2 types of pure black and pure silver-white energy suddenly burst out from the same place. The aura released by the combination of the 2 energies that stood at the peak of their respective order caused a huge crack to appear in the starry sky. Yun Nuoxing's body released an endless amount of energy. Her half-body was silver-white, and her long hair seemed to be surging with black fog. This evil scene caused both sides to be stunned. All the sentient beings had a bad feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were facing a demon god that crawled out of hell, burning with extremely holy and extremely dark energy. Fight. Continue to fight. This is the reason why we came here. Yun Nuoxing's face was slightly distorted as she roared. 2 types of energy entwined around her body, and she flew through the starry sky like a meteor. The array that spread behind her expanded crazily once again. The array disintegrated and reformed, and in a few breaths, it reformed into a mysterious character. The array that was dyed with 2 types of order energy burst out in the starry sky, and a violent aura that was enough to cause the void to fall into chaos. That energy, the red-haired uncle, was so shocked that he almost vomited. That dark energy, he definitely didn't recognize it wrongly. That energy, how could he bear the power of Origin and that energy at the same time? It was simply a fantasy story. Shoo, don't panic. 11 eras have already passed. God knows what has happened outside. It's not surprising that so many things happen in this world. The green-robed youth patted him on the shoulder, and said calmly, "I believe in his identity as someone from the realm of the gods. I believe in his power of origin, and I believe in what he's doing right now. So, I can believe in him. As for what that energy is, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it later." Jingyan nodded with a serious expression. That's right. Those were things that should be discussed later. The most important thing now was to find a way to stop the crack in the primordial realm before it completely stabilized and could be used by them, or they could kill all of them right here and now. Once they were all wiped out, they wouldn't have to worry about the crack in the primordial realm anymore. Time. There are still 3 hours left. At most, 4 hours and 10 minutes. Jing Yun's eyes revealed an ominous glint as he spat out a scorching breath from his mouth. With a roar, he charged forward together with the red-haired youth. After being stunned for a moment, the army also roared loudly as they launched their final charge at the enemy. Dragging the hundreds of millions of soldiers with him, he rampaged through the tide formed by the black-robed people. In the blink of an eye, he had killed his way tens of thousands of miles away. Wherever he stood, there were countless enemies coming at him from all directions. They were using their deaths to slow him down and use all their strength to prevent him from getting close to the crack in the primordial realm. The sound of hundreds of millions of arrays roaring and the sound of energy destruction reverberated throughout the entire starry sky. Yun Nuoshing stuffed Frost into the space for temporary recuperation. With one hand holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword, he swept through the enemy army. With the other hand, he meticulously controlled all the movements of the arrays, including every energy bombardment. He looked at the crack in the primordial realm that was flickering slowly in the distance. His silver-white and pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could look at it for more than a few seconds, the crack in the army that he had torn open was once again filled up within 2 to 3 seconds. Scram! With a roar, Yun Nuoshing stabbed the Netherworld Ruin Sword into the void. The 2 mixed energies of order turned into 2 energy torrents, one above and one below. They collided fiercely with him as the center, condensing into a huge ball of chaotic energy that was tens of thousands of feet wide. The 2 violent mixed energies of order swept through the entire starry sky like an endless tide. All the black-robed people who bore the brunt of it were shocked. Before they could stop in time, they were sent flying by the impact of the mixed energies of order. Then they were swatted into the void by the waves behind them and pressed into the void by the waves behind them to be wantonly destroyed. The origin, chaos, lasted for only 5 seconds before it stopped. Yun Nuoshing pulled out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, and the starry sky in front of him was swept clean. His body shot forward like a black and white meteor. The array of arrays arranged in divine, runes split into 3 or 4 arrays, guarding all directions. A hurried roar suddenly came from the crack of the primordial realm, and Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard it. After the words, which he could not understand at all, the black-robed people who were standing further away from the impact of the mixed energies of order and were annihilated instantly came back to life. When they saw Yun Nuoshing rapidly approaching the crack of the primordial realm, they rushed toward him like crazy. Some of the black-robed people who were standing further away, or the enemy troops who were fighting fiercely with Jing Yun and the others at the back, all turned to look at Yun Nuoshing's position. They gave up on fighting the enemy in front of them and rushed toward him like hungry wolves. What's going on? The red-haired uncle, who was holding a scepter, could not help but be stunned when he saw the sudden mobilization of troops. The little guy is putting a lot of pressure on them. That mixed energies of order just now. Speaking of the impact, just now, Jingyun felt a wave of fear and trepidation. Even if they were at their peak, they would definitely not feel good if they were hit by that attack. After a moment, he suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly rushed forward. "Stop them! Don't let them pass! You're in the way! Get lost!" Once again, the enemy troops who were rushing toward him fearlessly from all directions made Yun Nuoshing a little angry. In an instant, he threw Huey's warning to the back of his mind. 2 silver-white and 2 pure black magic arrays suddenly appeared, and he threw them to the 4 corners in an instant. They faced him from a distance of 10 feet away, and he once again half knelt on the ground and stabbed his sword into the void. Origin, chaos! The void turned into a sea, and suddenly a monstrous energy burst out from the sea and set off a huge wave the size of a star. The endless waves of destruction, mixed with the impact of order, smashed the entire starry sky into the void with the power to break open the void. In an instant, the scene changed, and Jingyun and the others really saw the void. They hurriedly prepared to resist the impact of the void, but in an instant, the scene changed back again. The mixed energies of order that burst out continuously for 20 seconds made Yun Nuoshing's body tremble. He forcibly pulled out the Netherworld Ruin Sword and was about to rush to the side of the crack when suddenly a huge figure rushed out from the void and blocked his way. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and the Netherworld Ruin Sword tore the figure into pieces. "It's not over. It's gone. Don't go over there. Come back quickly." A horrified shout reached Yun Nuoshing's ears, and he was slightly stunned. The starry sky in front of him suddenly flickered, with hundreds of waves of light and shadow blocking his vision. Countless distorted energies were rapidly falling toward the crack of the primordial realm, and the huge energy turbulence caused his heart to skip a beat. In an instant, he thought and made a decision. He grabbed the hilt of the Netherworld Ruin Sword and threw it out like a spear with a roar. With a wave of his hand, all the magic arrays were aimed at the crack of the primordial realm. Creation of the void. Chaos falling stars.